These cats are insane. Cool cat.
Oh no! Oh no! Hello! We're live, I guess. We're doing something. We're here. A pleasant Saturday evening surprise. Well, hello, that one wannabe animator, and everyone else. Hello. There's a bunch of first-time viewers here today. A bunch of first-time chatters. Jeez Louise. Death Kitten, what's up? Thanks for the 200 bits. Oh,
Pog.
What's up, Ashley? What's up? Notice all the love in my voice died as soon as I said hello, Ashley. I was like, hello, chatters. Hello, Ashley. But no, yeah, hello, everybody. And hello, Ashley. I love you. Don't worry. I joke. Kind of. Little. Can I do Angel Dust voice?
I mean, I physically can. Physically, I can.
Nothing has changed since the Honeycast days. Not really. It's just a lot less frequent, I guess. Things are just a lot less frequent. Ashley, do you want to get in a call and say hi to people?
Less than 3.
You missed the streams? I've missed them too. It's just motivation to do things. Am I right, fellas? You guys understand, right? LOL, sure. You want to get in a call? All right. Let's get in a little call. Let me just turn the music down a little more. Here, I'll call you on Discord, Ashley. ASH. Okay, I'm giving you a little call. Hello.
I give you 1,000 bits and you're just like, oh, it's Ashley.
Oh, it's Ashley. Hey, someone gifted you a sub.
Oh, shit. Doppelganger, thank you for the sub.
Yeah, is Ashley audible? Can you guys hear her? Should I turn her up?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Let me turn her volume up a little bit. It's Michael's cool girlfriend. Sure is.
That's, sure,
6
we'll go
months
cool.
boilies. Displexal KoVox Baja Displex for time to celebrate with end boys.
Hey, nice Baja Blast emote. But yeah, Stray, the video game. That's a game. That's a game.
Oh my god, Michael, you and your streaming, it's just like Honeycast.
Oh my god, it's just like... Oh. I'm not going to.
Stop.
No, I'm not.
No.
No, that's banned. That's
My fucking blood ran cold the moment I heard, I was like,
Hold on, I gotta turn down this music. The music I'm playing is a bit overpowering. We'll just have silence, just our voices for a bit. But yes, everybody from the Honeycast days.
Instead of
remember
Ashley,
Honeycast?
It's just Ashley.
no, what the fuck is that?
Instead of Ashley, it's just Ashley. That's true, Twilight Sky. Hey, Sammy, thank you for gifting a sub to Michael's Secret Lover. That's an interesting name. I wonder who it could be.
You need to tell me about?
No, there's nothing I need to say. No, I've got nothing to say. I've got nothing to say to you.
That doesn't mean there's nothing to talk about, because, like, we could talk about
We could talk about a bunch of things. There's many different things we could be talking about, but I'd rather not talk about them.
Bro, can you feel it too that, like, fucking, I don't know, I feel like I've lost, like, all of my ability to have, like, good streamer etiquette and, like, be able to just talk on the fly.
Yeah?
Like, the moment I joined, I just hardcore, like, felt like the car stopping, and I was like, oh god.
No, yeah, like, my
again?
mind blanked just a second ago, and I was like, shit, what do I
gives
say?
as fast as cars whose drunkest
And then it's bad, because
drivers.
then you're just like, dead air, dead air, dead air, dead
Yeah.
air, what do I do?
Oh, hold on.
What do I say?
I
Fuck.
just realized I also need to share my screen with you so you can hear the alerts.
Oh,
If
yeah,
we're
I
gonna
don't
be in a
wanna
call
interrupt
for a
those.
little bit. Let me do this. Here, can you see OBS?
I sure can.
You sure can. Oh, and you just see
see
that
if
starting
an
soon
alert-
screen. You might
We'll
hear
wait and see if an alert comes through and I can hear it.
We'll see if you can hear an alert. Someone trigger an alert. Here, actually, wait, I can just do it myself. One sec. Streamlabs, because I'm still using Streamlabs because I don't know anything else. I know Streamlabs.
What is the other one? Stream Alerts?
Isn't Stream Elements also owned by the same people? So it doesn't matter. It's still bad.
I'm not sure.
This is a test.
Could you hear that?
Yep.
You heard
I
that
can sure hear
test?
that.
All right.
Look at all these subs you're getting.
Look at all these first-time chatters too. Oh my God! Speaking of subs, thank you, Snake Asylum 1999, for 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate that, bud.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ashley, you already know everything that happens in Stray because you watched Jack Spadicy play it.
I did. I just listen. It's a cute Irish boy playing a cute cat game. I couldn't not watch it.
Oh, by the way, speaking of Ashley and games,
I've been playing
Oh,
FF14 and watching the old Hunicast streams at the same time. Ashley, you're bad at Sonic. On the 06 stream.
I'm bad at video games in general. There's a reason why I don't play them.
hey, I was about to say you've been playing the shit out of Cult of the Lamb.
I have really been loving Cult of the Lamb. Honestly, I should stream it. I really should. I want to. Like, I don't just feel like I have to. I genuinely want to. But then the anxiety kicks in and it's just like, but if I stream, I will die.
Exact. I forgot that I was on my starting soon screen and not here. Hold on, I can bring Ashley up. Hold on, I think I can bring Ashley up.
Oh, do I have a PNG
You
too?
you do.
I do. Now there's 2 of you.
Hold on. I know there are. I need to get rid of one of them. 1 second. There we go.
Hey.
We're here. There we are. Hello.
Look at us.
I'm
We're
always
here.
lighting up because I'm the host.
I am dim like my soul.
Like your soul. Surrounded by the edge. Chaotic duo.
Missed you guys. Can't stay the whole stream but happy to be here. Smile.
Aw.
Aw, well, stick
miss
around
you
as long
guys
as you
too.
can. It's okay. If you gotta go, you gotta go. It is what it is.
I'm gonna take a hold on, Ashley, say something real quick.
I'm saying things and I'm talking, and it's really epic and cool.
Okay, I'm taking a screenshot. I'm gonna post on Twitter saying Ashley's actually on a stream for once.
Oh, fuck. Now I have to stay.
Now you have to stay. Do you have stuff to do?
Fuck no. I mean, yes, I do, but like, fucking, if I wasn't here, I'd just be playing more Pokemon Wilds and wasting my day. So, like,
That's true. That's
might
true.
as well. By the way, if y'all like Pokemon,
Oh,
especially
by the way,
old school
how was that
Pokemon-
Taco Bell way back when I donated $500?
What the fuck? I forgot that happened. It was probably good.
Jesus
I
Christ.
probably enjoyed it a lot. That had to have been back on a Honeycast. I don't think Unless it was on a stream of mine. I don't remember, like, just how much people have donated on my own. Definitely not as much as on Honeycast's.
It was very delicious and expensive.
Listen, I guarantee you I spent like $20 on that Taco Bell, and the rest of that money went toward, like,
so good to see
other
you, Michael.
things.
And Ashley. Yeah, you are here as well. Hello, everyone.
I am here.
Hope everything is going well.
Yeah, everything
Get
is
ready
going
for some
good.
fun with Mike and Ash. Don't forget the
Hell
Baja
yeah.
Blast. Hello.
Ashley, I posted the screenshot, and it's
Kitty,
gotten already
loves
more
to you
traction
both.
than my solo tweet.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
You're good.
I can leave if you want. It's fine.
No, stay here.
But no, what I was gonna say is if you like Pokemon, especially old school Pokemon, there's a open world Pokemon game with like all of the Pokemon in it that looks like Pokemon Crystal, and I've been playing the shit out of it. You can build in it, you can craft, you can like have all of your Pokemon on like a little farm that you build. It's really cute. I've been playing the ever living fuck out of it lately.
Oh, hell yeah. Fortnite. I've never played Fortnite. I mean, I opened Fortnite once in my life.
Michael, can we play Fortnite?
You want
Not
to
now, but like
You want to play
later.
Fortnite?
I kind of like
Do you wanna-
Fortnite.
do you wanna-
I won't lie.
Is it because you want to do the Kamehameha? You want to do that shit?
I didn't get Goku. I got Beerus instead.
Oh, good.
I need to learn some Beerus lines.
Gotta learn some. I don't even know like anything about Beerus. It's been so long since I've seen.
You haven't seen the good purple husbando?
Of course I have. I literally saw the new Dragon Ball movie in theaters. He's in it.
You need a refresh. We need to watch Dragon
I haven't
Ball.
seen any of Super. I've only seen like
Or not Super.
I've seen the first Battle of Gods movie, which obviously was the introduction to Beerus, and then I saw a glimpse of Super.
I'm drinking a
And then I
sugar-free
watched
hard
the new
Baja
movie.
Blast right now, actually. Also, I need... Ashley, cringe. Nothing new.
Oh my god, it skipped that donation? What the fuck? Why did it skip it? You're drinking a hard Baja Blast. You need to play more Pokemon, but you're busy with Final Fantasy XIV and Xenoblade.
How
That's
have both
fair.
been? It's good to see you stream again.
Why'd they call me cringe?
Because you are cringe. And thank you,
I'm
Shelly.
not.
It is good for us to be on stream. Listen, Ashley and I need to motivate ourselves to be on here more often.
We do. We really do.
We've both got like, here's the thing. I'm going to be open and honest about it because I'm sure Ashley doesn't care and she would be honest about it too. We both have performance anxiety.
I think it was because like we got so fucking big from Honeycast that eventually it just hit a tipping point where we both became just terrified of being online. And it's pretty bad.
It happens. It happens. And also it's just a matter of like, you know, motivation and stuff, like feeling like you always have to be super, super entertaining at all times and just like feeling like you're just not getting better or something. It's just, you know, there's a lot of things that play into that. It is what it is.
But yeah, fuck anxiety. Anxiety
Ashley,
is
what are you
stupid
eating?
and bad.
Ashley, what are you eating?
I'm eating poke. I'm having tofu and edamame and soba noodles.
Delicious.
It's yummy.
Yeah.
I've been picking away at this poke for probably like the last hour and a half. Yummy it is.
I was waiting to see if you were going to say anything.
Crappy children just miss our parents.
I created dead air on purpose. We crappy
Good
children
job.
just miss our parents. We miss our...
Aw.
I don't want to call you guys our children. That's fucked up. That's actually pretty
They put cat in
disgusting.
Fortnite?
Hey, Adam, thank you for the sub.
Adam, using your Prime sub.
Oh, so I see you give him your prime sub and not me. Wow.
Listen, I deserve it more.
Yeah, you are the one streaming.
You're not streaming. When are you going to stream? When are you
hey,
going to stream?
Listen, you know, it's... Anyway, how are you doing today?
You thought the stream was...
Nixwee's in the chat. Hey, Nixwee.
Nixwee, what's up? It's been a minute. How you doing? Glorified Thief, thank you for the Prime sub. What's BRB do?
The
You redeemed it?
KoVox
Oh, it
supports
does.
BRB do. I redeemed it.
It does this. Okay, BRB is still active, but Jesus Christ, Adam, thank you for 10 gift subs. Okay, we're back. I'm not gonna do the full 5 minutes. In other circumstances I would, but this literally just started. This just started. We're not gonna BRB yet. But no, Adam, holy shit. Thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Adam's a good lad.
Very good lad. Very good lad. How high can my voice go? Oh gosh. Up there. Up there. That's about as high as it goes. It sounds like.
That was horrible. My ears hate that. Stop!
That's also pretty high.
Sounds like a tornado siren. It does. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you,
seeing
Michael.
stars. I'm actually seeing stars. I'm going to stop doing that.
Fucking stop!
Is there... Our housemate just
The
messaged the
original
group
scream
chat saying,
sound
is
of
there a
that
bomb
angel on the
threat?
best roller coaster ever.
It's the cops. No, it's a bomb threat. Why did I turn into an animaniac?
Good night, everybody.
I watch any YouTube lately? Yeah, that's all we do whenever we go to the living room to like hang out. When Ashley and I decide to spend time together, like we just kind of sit on the couch, eat whatever food we have, and just watch like car crash compilations on YouTube.
We have every streaming service under the sun and we only watch YouTube.
Like, we've been watching a bit more like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and I think we also watched like some Futurama with Adam when he was here, but like we don't really watch like shows anymore. We just kind of dick around on YouTube, watch meme compilations, watch like, you know, watch critical just, you know, YouTubers we like, streamers we like. We don't really
Wubby.
Yeah, we don't really watch like shows or movies.
That's probably, I don't know, is that a bad thing? We
No.
should probably watch more like shows.
Probably should. I mean, we've got all this subscription services for a reason. We probably should take advantage of them. But like at the same time, it's like finding the motivation to do it, and like wanting to watch certain things too.
It always feels like, oh, like if we start a new show, like we have to be dedicated to it. Like we have to come up with a schedule to watch it on. It almost feels like a chore, and it shouldn't. That's weird.
It shouldn't be a chore. Exactly. Also, no, we do not watch Nikocado Avocado. We do not watch that. We do watch, if we're going to talk about like food people, we do watch Badlands Chugs. We
watch a lot of Badlands.
All of the Marvel
Oh.
shows are the bomb. Skip WandaVision.
We've
I've heard WandaVision's amazing. No.
I've heard it. I've heard that too. I know you watched all of Moon Knight. I watched like half of it. I liked what I saw of Moon Knight.
Oh, Moon Knight ruled.
I really liked Moon Knight. I still haven't
Also,
seen
we spend a
She-Hulk.
Also, we spend a fuck ton of time watching Ordinary Sausage.
Well, hey there, folks.
Hey there, folks.
Both immediately just,
Well, hey there, folks.
and
Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
This is Running on Empty Food Review.
just those channels. We just kind of watch like stupid like channels that just kind of do random gimmicks. It's just fun. I love Ordinary Sausage and Review Bruh.
Review Bro is more your thing. I don't know why. He just hasn't clicked with me.
That's fair. That's completely fair. Anyway, we just kind of been chilling and chatting for a minute. I haven't even opened the game. Let me.
Yeah, I was about to ask, are you going to play Stray?
I might. I should. But then again, it's been a minute since I've done a stream, so people just kind of want to catch up. And you haven't been on the internet for a long time,
I know.
so people just kind of want to talk. And
into my rabbit hole.
you've been Locked in the rabbit hole forever. Ashley, my go live notification for people to get notifications for when I stream, it just says KoVox is
I can
live.
fully
This
confirm
never
that I
happened,
forced
so
my
make it
friend to
count.
watch Ordinary Sausage. Hashtag
Hell
bread.
yeah.
Dude, hell yeah. Forced your friend to watch Ordinary Sausage. Good stuff. I love
Wait, your thing
Ordinary
says
Sausage.
This never happens, so be there.
It says
Don't miss it.
It says KoVox is live. This never happens, so make it count.
That's great.
Yep. Did you know that you can add your own custom tags now to Twitch streams too?
Oh, can you? Were you not able to do that before?
No, you couldn't. They had like a list of predetermined tags you could put in. Now you can do whatever you want.
Ashley has been on the internet, but it's just Twitter. Yeah, that's accurate.
Mm-hmm.
I've abandoned basically every other platform.
Hey, same here. I just use Twitter too. I don't
Twitter's bad.
even use Instagram, and I really should, because Instagram is a pretty good place. I've been using TikTok more, but I don't like post anything on TikTok. I just watch TikToks.
I never know what to post on TikTok. I think I've hit too much of like the boomer phase, or I'm a little bit too out of touch, but I like using TikTok.
I had like 2 videos on TikTok that I posted a while ago that I ended up deleting because I was like, I don't know what kind of content I should put on TikTok. I had 2 videos of me just kind of using like a lovey-dovey filter, doing a stupid face, going like, mwah, mwah. I remember doing that while I was laying in bed with you, I think.
Honestly, you could make a lot of really fucking good TikToks. You're
You guys are
goddamn
like
gremlin.
unicorns when it comes to Twitch streams, so we all have to be here or we'll miss a good time.
That's the mentality to have.
Accurate.
Accurate. We just need to kind of get over whatever brain rot we got and just kind of stream. Even if we don't really know what to do, we're just like, well, let's just get on and let's just fuck around, do what we like when you were playing Animal Crossing, Ashley.
Yeah, and then I
Do a TikTok
stopped
dance to
because
the
I
Sesame Moist song when it comes out. Hashtag
hell yeah.
casual, hashtag gas pay, hashtag KoVox.
I will finally do the backflip that I promised I would do during the Lackadaisy Honeycast.
don't get another hole in the wall, please.
You're right. Actually, no, we need to get that hole in the wall patch and a bunch of other things. We're gonna try to move soon. So that's fun.
Yeah, we moving soon.
Yeah.
And we have a lot to do.
We got a lot to do.
But anyway, enough about that stressful shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
We
no, I was-
don't want to
I
talk
was
about
streaming
that.
I was streaming Animal Crossing for a while, and yeah, anxiety got the best of me.
Yeah. Disneyland. We still got to do that.
Well, we were gonna do it, and then another massive COVID spike hit, and now it's just been like we have to get ready to like move and shit. But I think like once we've got the moving shit figured out, that's gonna be the perfect time to have a last hurrah down in Disneyland. So it's still gonna happen. I swear to God.
Because that money is still just sitting around in Ashley's account, so it's all good. It's just there. We'll be going to Disneyland as soon as we got everything situated, because COVID is still happening, but it's never going away. So
Yeah.
you know. And now we got the good old monkeypox. That's also a cool thing.
Monkeypox is extra cool and epic. I'm really glad that that's a thing.
Disney World. I want to go to Disney World. Ashley, can we go to Disney World?
I mean, we're going to Florida at the end of September.
We are. We're
That'd
going
be
to
the time.
middle of September. Middle of September, we're going to Florida. Wait, we could just go to Disney World while we're there. Wait, no, we can't. We won't have any time.
We don't have enough time. We didn't plan
Shit.
for that. We'll
Damn
go
it.
another time.
Yeah, it's fine. I've never been to Florida. It'll be my first time going to Florida. Oh yeah,
I
anybody
can't
that lives
wait
in
for it to
Florida,
be
Ashley and I are
humid
going
and
to a
miserable as fuck.
convention.
Honestly, a stream just like this, just talking is really nice. Or like the old cleanup. Why does the earth low-key suck?
Why does the earth low-key suck? It just does. Also, honestly, a stream like this, just talking is really nice. The old cleanup stream. Yeah, I know, Death Kitten. Those were nice
I
streams.
miss the old cleanup streams too.
They were fun.
That might honestly help me get back like into it and feel less anxious. Just if I'm working, people will have to understand if I'm not crazy talkative.
Yeah, exactly. Here, all right. So we got something cool. Let me move it so that way we can see Ashley too. Hold on.
You have to see me.
There you are. Also, do you see a little crinkle? Why is the fucking KoVox logo there? I did not intend. What is that? Why is that there?
We're not playing Stray, we're playing KoVox.
I need to fix that anyway. That logo is old. That's okay. Let me just wait. Fucking Christ, Dave.
I heard that.
Jesus. Okay. Should be good now. All right, fellas. We got the video game Stray.
It's a little crinklet. Is that a mod that you got?
Yeah, I modded it to have crinkle. Let me just adjust the volume a little bit more so I can hear it a little more. Hello, Dave?
You should do a Badlands
What's up,
Chugs
Dave?
reaction stream.
Yeah,
Hash
go
epic
ahead.
gamer moment.
Yeah, go shower, bud. Dave's taking a shower. You should do Badlands Chug's reaction stream, epic gamer moment. Dude, I'll watch him chug some beans.
Oh, no.
You couldn't do the bean chug, right?
Fucking any gross food videos I just can't do. Like, those get to me really bad.
God. I love
Like hair
love
cake.
them.
I'll never be able to watch Hair Cake ever again.
Oh, dude, I rewatched Hair Cake a month ago.
You are a fucking degenerate.
I rewatched all 3 of those videos.
You nasty ass fucking
Those videos are classics.
You fucking
Those
story.
videos are such they're bad, but they're classics.
Classic. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that.
Listen, all right, let's see. What are some settings I should have? What should I do? Should I get rid of VSync? No one likes VSync. No one likes motion blur. Nah, I'll play this as it was intended with the intended settings that were here from the get-go. What the fuck is Hair Cake? It's a video by your favorite musician Joji.
No, don't watch Hair Cake. It's bad.
It's bad.
It's really bad.
It's good, actually. It's really funny.
No, don't listen to Michael.
Here, let me change the stream to say that we're playing Stray. All right. Now it should say we're playing Stray. I think. It might not. I don't know.
You can play a video game. I believe in you.
Don't inspire the youth. They hate. Why do they hate? No, they don't hate Joji. They're slow dancing in the dark. Did the stream update? Does it say that we're playing Stray now, or should I do another update?
It says that you're playing Stray
I've
from
been
me.
asking a lot
Okay,
of people
cool.
this, but Michael and Ashley, what is your favorite bag of chips?
Oh man,
I really like almost any flavor of kettle chips. The Korean barbecue ones are really good though.
I don't really know actually. Like I just kind of default to getting like barbecue Lays. I just kind of default to barbecue Lays most of the time. I need to mess around and try more chip flavors. We found, not chip related, but like food related, we found this little pizza joint in the area that we really like, that we're probably going to be going to a lot more often. It's trying to be like an authentic New York pizza joint. It's very nice.
It's really fucking good.
Also, Goopy Jasper, thank you for the Prime sub. So here, we see some cats here. You'll be seeing a little special cat here in a second, in the middle. So usually the cat is like an orange cat, but we decided to mod it because there's a bunch of mods for different types of cats, and we found a little calico that looks kind of like Cricket. So we got little Cricket here. Look, Ashley.
Let me see.
Oh, hold on. Can you
There's
still?
a little creme
Can you see the game through my screen share?
Yeah.
Cool. You probably can't hear it though, right?
No, I can't.
Gotcha. That's a sacrifice. Yeah, we got little Crimbo here.
Little Crimbolino. We're watching the adventure of how she got fucked up and needed surgery.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's exactly what we're doing. Oh, they're playing.
It's Cricket and Treen.
Aw. They're a little more violent than that.
I don't think I've ever seen them just like play and like lick on each other. They're always just like playing as violently as possible.
It's always pretty violent, yeah. There is a mod replay as there's a mod replay as CJ from Grove Street.
It's fucking horrifying.
Aw, this is cute. That's really wholesome.
Quality content.
Alright, cool. Do I go in here? Okay, so all the cats are over here, probably gonna sleep.
Make a big old snuggle pile.
We're moving again? Yeah. We moved to California, and now we're moving back to Washington.
We moved to California from Washington, and then we're like, yeah, we're going back to Washington. Fuck this.
Bro, I think that California has kind of contributed to like just an overall depression for me, because it's like every day looks the same. It's always so sunny and bright, and every day is like the same day.
We have no friends around here. There's nothing to do.
Bro, there's no good like public transit. This place sucks.
Created a general malaise.
The taxes in California are trash. Oh, the game looks like it's lagging out a bit on stream. Is it lagging for you guys?
It's lagging a little bit for me, too. Might have to lower those settings a tad.
Yeah, after this cutscene, I'll go ahead and do that. Ashley, you've seen Jack Spadici play this. How long is this cutscene?
Not crazy long.
Okay, after this cutscene's over, I'll change the settings a little bit.
Also, don't rely on me having seen the playthrough of this game before. My memory is dog shit.
Okay. Crackle. Oh, is there audio crackling? Mic crackle. Hold on.
That's no good. That's no good. Oh, I'm crackling? Huh. Ashley sounds really crackly.
Wait, am I crackly or is it just Ashley?
From what it's saying, it sounds like it's just me.
Let's leave and come back.
Hello?
Is Ashley still crackly?
Hello?
Is that?
I don't sound crackly to you, do I?
No, you sound good to me.
Okay.
So it's just an inconsistent
yes
thing, it seems like. Okay, cool.
No, I'm good. All right, cool.
All right, I'm going to stream to you at a really low quality because I think it might be because of a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to stream to you at like 30 frames, 720p.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't need to see it in beautiful high quality.
Yeah. Okay, give me 1 sec. Let me just get stuff situated. Let's see if this runs a little better for everybody. It still looks like it's lagging a bit for people, maybe. At least on my end, previewing on... Here, let me just not preview. Wait, if I do that, though, you won't be able to see anything. It's
streaming's hard.
I bet you if I don't screen share to you at all...
Cricket, by the way, I haven't seen anything since the GoFundMe. I don't keep up with social media much.
Cricket's doing great. Cricket's doing a lot better now. She's as healed as she's going to be. And it's all coming... She's coming together fantastic. She doesn't go outside anymore. She doesn't want to go outside anymore.
No, those days are behind her.
Yeah.
She knows it.
She's a house cat now, and she's lovely. What's our favorite flavor of ice cream? Mine is like anything peanut butter.
Rainbow sherbet.
Now that I'm not streaming to you, let's see if this looks better for everybody. It seems like it's still a bit laggy. Let's change the graphics settings in general. Let's just go for 1080p.
Ashley, just go to the same room as Michael but stay on the call.
Oh no, now it's just like this. Oh, let's see if... That does look better though on stream. Okay. Let me just move. Let me just make that big again. Let me just...
Ashley, just go to the same room as Michael, but stay on the call. Wait, how would that help anything?
It
And
wouldn't.
no, it's hot in Michael's room.
My room is kind of miserable, I'm not gonna lie.
It's hot as fuck. Ah, Jack just farted and it's really fucking bad. Ah.
Okay, I actually need to quit the game for a second just because the window looks really, really weird to me. Just gotta adjust that real quick. Oh, I might have actually just fucked everything up by doing what I just did. 1 second.
What'd you do?
Hold on. I gotta transform, reset transform. That didn't do it. Okay, shit. Hold on. It's just making sure all the windows, because I was viewing it on a 1440p monitor and I changed it to 1080p. So it's just things being a little fucky now.
Give me just a second, everyone.
Okay, we're starting the game again. This time it should start at 1080p. And hopefully, there we go. What the fuck? No, it did the same thing that I thought it would. Okay, why is it just in a little corner? Why can't you just be the full game? Hold on. Here. Do this shit.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Okay, that should be good. I'm gonna screen share to you now, Ashley.
Let me see.
Here, let me know if you can see the game.
Let me see.
Can you see everything?
Can.
Oh my god, now the game is fucked up and is only... Hold on. I gotta show you what's going on my screen, on my side.
Yeah, it all looks normal to me.
Here's what's going on my end. I'm gonna send this to you, and then I'm gonna just pull it up on the stream. This is what keeps happening.
Oh, ew.
You see that?
Yeah, I sure do.
Yeah.
That's bad.
What keeps happening is... Oh god, hold on. It's such a high-res photo, I gotta shrink it down. The game is only displaying on a corner of my monitor, like this, like it was on the stream. It keeps doing this. I'm like, oh. I'm just gonna play...
Did you set it down to like a lower...
I set it down to 1080p because of the fact that it would lag on stream if I had it any higher.
You guys make my day when
take it
it's
out of-
streaming time.
I'm just gonna make it windowed. I'm just gonna play it windowed.
Yeah, I was about to say, take it out of full screen. I think that'll help.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Also, I hold on. I've got too many sources.
Maybe it's in game settings not sitting right with monitor settings. I had this problem with FF14.
Yeah, hold on. I've got too many sources, so now I'm just confused where this is. One sec. Remove image. Oh, that got rid of more than just that.
Oh no.
There we go. That's good.
Everything's going wrong.
Everything's going great. I remember how to stream. Here's what. We're going to change it to be windowed. Apply changes. Yep, I'll just play the game on windowed mode, and that should be fine.
It'll be fine.
Yep, it's fine. I'm cool with playing windowed. All right. Okay. Let's make sure all the graphics are set up. Yep, everything looks good to me. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and continue the game. Gotta love them technical issues. You guys can hear the game and stuff too, right? Is it lagging for you, Ashley?
No, it looks fine to me.
We got the meow button. You guys like the symphony of meows?
You know,
You can't-
early on in development, they had to have decided that the meow button was a must.
Oh, exactly. Also, you can't change the cat. I modded the game to have a new cat. Oh, it just tells you to meow.
God, the fucking animations are immaculate. Like, that run cycle is so nice.
It's so good. I love this.
Hi y'all. Miss you. How are your creative projects going?
They're going good.
Yeah, my creative projects are going great. Just lots to do all the time. We're currently in the process of getting out our first song/lyric video, so that's been stressful. Fun, but stressful.
Are there collectibles in this game that I can, like, find?
Yeah, there are, but I don't think you're gonna find any until you get to the city.
Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
But that doesn't mean don't look around, because I could be wrong.
Exactly. And also, my creative projects have been going pretty good as well. I mean, I don't really do anything on my own. I just kind of voice act for other people's things. But that's been going well.
You've been getting a ton of auditions lately, and that's been really cool.
Yeah. Exactly. Been auditioning for some cool stuff. Just keeping at it. Just still doing my thing. I was able to announce a few things that I worked on the past few days that I made tweets about. So that's been all fun. And I've been working on anime and stuff. Hold A to chain jumps. Okay. I love this little gang of cats and how they're just a squad.
I wish the entire game was just cat gang.
I know, right? Like, you're just a squad. Oh, the game is lagging, it looks like, again. At least on stream. It's fine for me, but on stream it looks like it's, like, slowly lagging.
Is it lagging too much for you guys? Are you noticing it?
What if I got rid of motion blur and VSync? Actually,
Motion blur and VSync are probably going to help a lot. Or getting rid of them is probably going to help a lot.
Let's change everything to medium, too. I would prefer to play on high. Oh, fuck, I didn't save any of that. Damn it. Let's get rid of motion blur. Let's actually just make it halfway. Let's keep VSync, just because I think it'll actually fuck with everything if I don't leave that. There we go. That's looking better. Little crawl space. Whoa, where are we? Okay, this is actually kind of cool. Just
Cat vision.
I love these mossy areas.
I really hope that there's a sequel and we get more of this. Because I guess, spoiler alert, this is not going to be your primary experience. It's mostly, like, city, concrete, and stuff.
No, I already know that. I know that it mostly takes place in the city. I know that, like, the main focus of the game is, like, this cat trying to get out of the city.
We must escape from the city.
Aw, poor cat. It's clearly not Cricket anymore, but poor cat.
Oh no, Cricket's fucking dead.
Yeah, cat change. It's because it's a pre-rendered cutscene. The cat that I'm playing as is only modded for, like, you know, in-gameplay stuff. Oh, and they're injured.
Poor baby. I hate this. I don't like seeing hurt baby.
Oh, look at them. They are hurt. Oh, dead.
You're all look at them. They're hurt. It sounded so fake, and you're just like, haha, dead.
Haha,
You're a monster.
Can I still do a Markiplier impression? I mean, I guess.
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. I don't know.
Frequencies. The fuck are those little things?
Little friends. You should run up and hug one.
Little friends, run up and hug one? Absolutely, I'd love to.
They'll give you big hugs right back.
I love big hugs. Oh, I just want to hug them. Let's go. Can I run yet, or am I still injured? Well, I'm moving faster. That's a good thing. All that litter. I got an achievement for missed jump. I can't go back.
I'm glad you got an achievement for sucking.
Did I miss something? Well. Oh well, I'll probably replay the game anyway to complete it. All right. Hello, camera. I love that it nods when you meow to it.
The camera's just like, yes, I also like that.
I'm like, hello. Yes. Alright, what all do we got? What's here to explore? Anything back here? No. Run. Nothing in this door. What does this sign say? Nothing. I like how... Oh, human personnel only. Okay. No trumpets! Trumpets are banned.
No fucking trumpeting.
No fucking trumpets allowed.
Fucking kill you.
How did you mod your cat? There's a website that has mods. You just download a mod, and then you put it into one of the game folders, and it just changes the cat's textures. Oh, there's a robot. There's a robot right there.
Oh, that sign spells out help. That's neat.
Wow.
Screw your signs, intense jazz music starts.
I'm back to where I started. Nothing cool up here. I like the music in this game. Follow me. What if I don't want to? I like how it's all cat-centric. Like, yeah.
I think it's saying, hey, you cat, follow me.
Oh. Probably is. Okay.
Hey, look, it's a cat.
It's a cat.
Where?
Fuck, I fell. Okay. Back up. No secrets in there. Whoa, I'm gonna kill myself.
Don't kill Cricket. She was so expensive to fix.
Okay, so there's gotta be a way to turn that off, I'm guessing. Nah, I kinda wanna go through it. Oh, it won't even let me.
Oh, it won't let you, lame.
Damn it. I was hoping it would give me an option to, like, die.
Damn it, I wanted to commit
Can I please
suicide.
get a note, Ashley, from you, Mike?
Oh, Ashley. There's weak sauce. There's a
no.
weak sauce, oh, Ashley. There we go.
Oh, Ashley.
What kind of voice was that?
Just a stupid one.
Oh, Ashley.
Well, it's a voice you made, and so they're all naturally stupid. That didn't really answer the question.
Wow. I can just knock all these.
Oh no!
Hey, what's up, final_user? Thank you for the raid of 4. Appreciate it. How you guys doing? We're playing through Stray. Oh god, even that lagged for me.
That was a scary jump. Hey.
Well, let's get down.
Jump down into the abyss.
Let's go. Alright, I don't know what I'm doing, but here I am.
Oh yeah, get them big scritches in. Hell yeah.
We're doing those big scritches.
That's like what Cricket and Rose do to their big cardboard.
We're button mashing, gamers. I think we can just do this
fuck that
forever,
carpet.
right?
I think there might be an end. I'm not sure. Maybe you can just do it forever.
I don't know if there's like an end to this, like if you get anything from this. I know you see the scratch marks, like you can see right there.
Oh, there you go.
No-
Oh, is it just infinite?
I think it's just infinite. Is Rose
Oh, that's
okay?
funny.
Rose is good. I wanted to play with a Rose mod, but there's only one ragdoll mod on the site, and it was okay, but it wasn't fluffy enough for my liking. Hello, hello, Ghost Gib. How are you? Is Rose still an angry sunflower? Nah. I'll be ready for Evo in no time. I don't think I'll ever be participating. Meow. They're like, go this way. Drinking water.
Big sip.
Getting a big sip in. We got some numbers. And look at that fire. What's that fire mean? No cash. Fuck is that smiling? Dude, the smiling orange.
Oh my god, I love Annoying Orange.
I love the annoying orange.
It's my favorite YouTube channel.
I love their NFT.
Bro, it's really cool.
Yeah.
Hope you don't mind if I drop in.
Have you seen that video, Ashley?
No. Oh, there's friends.
Friends that I can hang out with.
Any voice you choose.
Rickroll Ashley in any voice I choose. I don't know. What voice?
Come on, Michael. Be funny.
We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it.
There.
That was beautiful.
You're welcome.
I've
Friends, come on. I want to hug and kiss and yeah.
Aw.
Hey, buddy.
Glad to see you again, Ashley and Michael. Glad to see you're doing okay. Also, Ashley.
You can tell there's a bunch of new Honeycast fans because of all the Ashleys.
Yep. Isn't it good for you to know that Honeycast never really died? Or do you wish it would just die?
It's still getting consistent fucking views. It's wild.
When are we gonna do another one?
When I stop being terrified of doing them.
When's that?
Ask me again later.
Hello?
Hello?
I thought I heard someone knock on my door or something.
Oh.
That happens all the time, by the way, Ashley. So if you just randomly hear me say hello from a distance, that's why.
Oh no, I'll be walking by your office and I'll just hear hello, and I'm like, I didn't do anything. I'm just gonna ignore
I bet
that.
Quinn sells NFTs. I watch CUNYcast when I'm awake, asleep, in school, in the locker I got put in, everywhere.
Damn.
Jesus. And yes, Quinn would absolutely sell NFTs.
It's the same way as how like any of the Ed boys would sell it. Or well, Eddie would sell NFTs. Maybe Double D would be like,
I don't know, Ed.
oh shit, I gotta run.
Oh, but they're giving you go back. They're giving you hugs. They're your friends.
I gotta run.
Why would you run away from your friends?
I gotta book it. Whoa, that was a good few. Good lord, they're everywhere.
I don't know why you're running away from your friends like that. It's kind of rude.
They're so ugly. They're like little flesh things.
They're just little fucking face huggers.
They're little flesh monsters. There, I'm free. I'm safe.
I won't lie, I kind of want a plushie of one.
You do? Do they have plushies?
I highly doubt it.
Lag blows. Howdy, Mike. Love your work. Just here to chill out after a 4-hour Splatfest session. Hope you and Ash. Hey! Thank you so much. You playing the new Splatoon 3 demo or whatever that just came out? Or does Splatoon 2 have a Splatfest going on? I haven't played Splatoon in forever. I have no idea what's going on with that game. Have you ever played Splatoon, Ashley?
Yeah, I used to play it a lot.
I loved Splatoon.
It's big fun.
It is the big fun. Okay. I don't know what to do here. Oh. That might be. Wait. Trying to figure out where the fuck to go.
I don't know.
Oh,
somewhere.
wait, I can go down. Okay. Oh, wait. I see where I'm going now. Never mind. I was stupid. I was a fool. I was a fool. I was blinded. I was a fool. When do I get my cool robot friend? Like
Nice to see you two having fun on stream together. Also, quick question, have you two ever played Dungeons and Dragons?
I've never played D&D. Oh wait. I played one round with a few people for a thing. It was okay though. I was bad at it because I was really not like in the headspace for it at the time. So like when I'm in a good headspace for it, I'll have to give it another try.
I've never technically played D&D, but I've played a lot of Dungeon World, and Dungeon World is a lot of fun.
I love this little cat here. Just says help.
Aww.
Also, because I have Discord sound on, people can hear my notifications, so I gotta
Go mute that shit.
I gotta go on D&D. Speaking of Dungeons and Dragons. All right. But yeah, I love that little cat that says help. Get down. There we go. A lot of arrows pointing to me where to go. Oh, up there. Oh, it's just a window. I thought it was like water. I thought this was like an underwater area. I was like, what?
The atmosphere in this game is really nice.
October 11th. So is that what day like this building was last cared for, or like is that the day it is today?
I'm guessing that's the day all the shit went down, probably. I don't know.
October 11th.
This area seems abandoned.
It does, yeah. This atmosphere and this music is giving me big, like, inside vibes. The game, not Bo Burnham special, the game Inside.
That's a game that I need to play.
Have you ever seen anybody play it?
I have.
Goddamn, Cricket is banging at my door.
She's like, bitch, you're playing as me on stream? Fucking, I want to be in there. What the fuck? I'm the star.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, while I'm in here.
Oh. I think the wire's telling you to go up there.
Oh no, I'm aware. I was just trying to move this guy.
Only now, because you've pointed it out, am I noticing all of the graffiti that just says help. Like everywhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of it.
That's terrifying. That's a wee bit upsetting.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little. Bro.
Oh no.
Knocked that chair down.
The oh no notification was perfectly
Yo.
timed.
Hey Yeen, thank you so much for the raid of 9. Hello, how's it going? How you doing? Okay, where to go from here?
Let Cricket in. She's co-queen of the house after all. Next to Rose.
That is true. That is true. I should let Cricket in, shouldn't I? What if I don't want to, though? Oh, shit! Knock that shit over, Cricket. Yeah.
Modeling the cat in this game after Cricket was a good idea.
Well, it's a obviously
Because Cricket,
obviously it's
because
a mod.
Cricket knocks over and causes a lot of mayhem in real life.
She does actually. She's pretty bad. She's a pretty bad cat.
She's pretty fucking bad.
Kind of a bad cat, but we love her.
When she wants attention from me and I'm not giving it to her and she gets mad about it, she'll wander around my office looking for things to knock over and break and chew on because she knows that'll get her attention.
Okay, not really anything exciting up there. Ashley, would I be at the point in the game where I could theoretically find collectibles?
You're just about there, I think.
Okay. Because, yeah, I'm just kind of messing around. I mean, a lot of it is still figuring out my way around things, but I'm just like, should I be just, like, checking thoroughly for collectibles at this point?
Yeah, I would say it'll look around pretty thoroughly.
Didn't see anything over there.
If you guys didn't know, when I play video games, I kind of try to complete them as much as I can.
Michael's a fucking completionist and it drives me nuts.
When I was playing Sly Cooper, she was having a real fun time.
Oh,
and when I was playing
clean collection noise one more fucking time.
And when I was playing Persona 5,
you never see it coming.
I was playing Royal, so you actually wouldn't hear that song as much.
Oh yeah, they replaced that song in Royal, didn't they?
They did. I mean, you could still get it, but it didn't play as often.
No, my real conniption, or I guess trauma with that song is the fact that it was your alarm for so long.
Yeah, that was my alarm.
Now instead, it's a much better song.
Want me to play my alarm right now?
Yeah, you should let chat know what your alarm is that wakes me up nearly every goddamn day.
Yeah, so I've got an alarm. My alarm never wakes me up, but it always wakes Ashley up. Also, I just noticed that Jonah subbed like 9 minutes ago.
Oh no!
I didn't see that. Are you still here, Jonah? Hello, I hope you're having fun at the convention.
Jonah.
If you're there. I didn't even know you were here. But yeah, if you're there, hope you're having a good time at the convention.
But yeah, that's the strategy, is set an alarm, it'll wake Ashley up, and then Ashley will wake Michael up.
He's not anymore, he poofed. That's okay. But yeah, here, let me go ahead and grab. Here's my alarm.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA. Good morning, USA.
It's the full theme, but I stopped it before it would go because there's an extended version. And yeah, that song is copyrighted, so that section of the stream might get muted. So
now people who watch the VOD will never know.
It's for people that are watching the VOD. It was the American Dad theme song. Listen, we could have done one better. Hold on.
Michael, you have good taste in games. Ooh, but terrible taste in adult cartoons. Just saying.
No, I don't actually. I don't really watch American Dad or Family Guy. Here, I could have this as my alarm.
It's the remix, Lois. Let's go. Good morning, USA.
Is your Paul Noisy Spider-Man pizza music still?
The Drake version.
I hate that the Drake version actually kind of fucks.
Have you heard? Did you hear the Drake version of the Family Guy theme?
Yes.
It's actually kind of good.
It's the remix, Lois.
It seems today that all you see is violence and sex on TV. But where are those good
Yeah.
old-fashioned values on which we used to rely? Lucky there's a family guy. Lucky there's a man who positively can do all the things that make us laugh and cry. He's a family.
It's actually good. It actually slaps, like genuinely.
It so much.
It actually
So
kind of
fucking
slaps. That's what gets me, is that it's actually a bop. Why would Drake do this to us? You're right. Why would Drake do this? God. I don't want to go through here yet. I want to see what's up here. There's like nothing down here. Oh man, after I've beaten this game, I'm so excited to watch the boundary break on this game.
Oh, it's really good.
I withheld watching it because obviously I don't want to spoil myself. I love watching boundary break though. I'm so curious to know what the world looks like in its entirety and how much is rendered at a time.
I love seeing all the little weird behind the scenes tricks that they use for video games.
I know. There we go.
Whoa, why did it lag for a second? It lagged for me for a second.
Damn. This game doesn't like you.
It doesn't like my 2070. I need to get the 3080. You need to get your 3080 fixed.
Yeah.
I love these retro computers we have here. It's a cow.
Is it just a photo of a cat? It is.
COW.
It's blurry now. It's just a photo of a cow.
That's a good photo. 10 out of 10.
Also, Sean Tails, thank you for the Prime sub. Why don't we have these in our house, Ashley?
I don't know. We could get them. It'd be pretty fun. The cats and the dogs would eat them.
Yeah. Is it weird that like any house I would just this house's aesthetic and the fact that it even has these in the doorway like makes me think it's like a hippie house.
Oh yeah, no, that's such a hippie thing. All the flowers and the fucking dangly things on the walls.
Yep. Gotta get those scritches in. Can't forget to get those scritches in.
Gotta get them big scritches.
Big scritch. If we had them, Cricket would torment us with them. She would.
Oh yeah.
All of the cats would, and so would Jack. Jack would eat them. They'd be dead.
She would figure out that they make noise, which gets her attention, and she would just bap them all the time and be as loud as possible. Need help? Why?
I love that. Bro, I opened it. Enter the door, turn on, find a body. What if I don't want to yet? What if I just want to look around? Maybe you got some collectibles. There's nothing cool here.
You were gonna spend 90% of this game just knocking things over.
What if there's an achievement for knocking everything off every single desk?
Oh my god.
You never know.
I will leave.
You will leave?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, why are you so fine with that? You're supposed to be like, no, don't leave me.
No,
I
honey,
love
never
you.
leave,
You're the love of my
please.
life.
What's in here?
Fucking.
Where are you going?
Oh, moving over. Oh, you can jump on it.
I can jump on it, yeah. What am I supposed to do with this? Just...
Oh, there was one of those things up there.
Oh,
Go back
okay.
up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
See?
Oh, shit. Let me just do this one.
That's a smart fucking cat.
I mean, cats are smarter than you think.
Yeah, but not like that smart. Not problem solving smart.
Wait. I was hoping I could climb on that and get those keys. I want those keys. Oh well. Alright, let's find another one of those things.
Maybe mutated cat from radiation or something.
Mutated cat from radiation.
Yeah, it's hyper smart because it's been irradiated.
I mean, who knows? Who knows? You never know. Alright, there's one more somewhere. Gotta be like up here.
There we go. We're problem solving, everybody.
Wow, doing
Wow.
puzzles. Making progress. That's creepy looking.
I thought they were space invaders for a second.
They totally look like it.
I'm not gonna touch that body yet. I'm gonna see what else I can do first. Bro, are they in VR?
That capsule's leaking fluids.
What the fuck did I grab? I am unsure what I'm supposed to do here. So clearly I can't go any further up there. Am I supposed to, like... What am I supposed to do with this?
I don't know. Gotta figure it out.
I'm just gonna assume I don't do it in this room. Wait, no.
Oh, Wait, what are the arrows pointing to?
I see. Oh, there's my little robot friend.
He does look like a little alien invader.
He does. Well, like a little space invader?
Yeah. He's so small.
It's the Discord icon.
Oh my god.
It's the Discord logo. I couldn't believe the cameras. A cat in the dead city. I can't remember my name. It seems my memory is corrupted. I've been trapped in the electronic network for so long. I know I worked for a scientist who lived here. For now, you can call me B12. Okay, B12. It's dangerous in the dead city, but you seem like you know how to handle yourself. Let's get out of here. Let's get the fuck out. Oh, you're gonna give me the key. Thank you. I'll put whatever I need to put on.
Oh yeah, this.
There we go.
This part's really cute. Like, just like a fucking cat. Just like, ugh. I hate this. No.
No.
Ugh. This is worse than death.
The cat meows and you say, is that uncomfortable?
Oh. It's like, fucking yes, I hate it.
Okay, interesting. Got my inventory here. Okay. I got a torchlight. Oh, okay. Now we're talking. Now we're playing a video game. I love playing with a keyboard.
I love that when you knock over the cans of paint, like you actually see the splash everywhere.
Yep. Okay, I gotta look for a code. Three 748. Get me the fuck in there. Look at this place. That elevator in the distance. That's important, I think. I know we need to go up.
Wow. It's so pretty.
Let's go. This is a very pretty city. I remember the outside. It feels like I've been there before. Is this where you came from? I promised someone I would go there. Promise too. This postcard, the mural was painted from it. Let's take it. Why do I have these memories? How did they get there? Let's keep going. Oh goodness, that's a good bit of memories to uncover. I'm guessing those are some collectibles that like add lore.
Yeah, I think the main collectible that you go after is like the memories for your little robot buddy.
Hell yeah. I want to turn the motion blur off all the way. That didn't save. There we go. Alright, what do we got under here? Nothing exciting? Nope, nothing exciting. Oh, I can translate text now. Safe zone. I broke it. Alright, let's go down. Oh yeah, that's safe. That looks safe. Yeah, this looks great. Oh shit.
Run! I believe in you. Oh god, you're fucked!
Do you reckon I'm fucked? What makes you think I'm fucked?
The screen's pretty red. Oh. There you go.
The slums. Oh yeah, this is like the first big area, yeah. Hello, buddy. I'm a cat. Uh-oh. They're on
He said, fuck no, cats are cringe.
They're on high alert now. I've got to hide, don't I? Everybody hates me. Why? I'm just an organic life form.
You're just a fluffy baby.
Is there something wrong with organic life? Why would you run away from me?
I'm just a little guy. An absolute little fella.
Talk to me. Is he gonna kill me?
I don't know. Fuck around, find out.
They seem to have their own language. You're no Zerk. We're not familiar with your kind. You are welcome in our village as long as you don't eat anyone.
I like that he thinks you're gonna eat people.
The black bars have gone away.
Yeah, I think the aspect ratio like changes depending on what you're doing.
We thought you were a Zerk. I can show you an item. Very pretty. I've never seen that thing work, and I'll be 374 years old tomorrow. I gotta show them an item. Such a beautiful dream. What a shame it's just a dream. Who? Please don't interrupt my meditation with strange images. What a bunch of weird robots. Picture of the outside. Ridiculous. This elevator isn't operational. Everyone knows that it is impossible to leave this place. Well, except the outsiders. But they're all gone now, except Momo. You can try to talk to him if you want, but he gave up on trying to leave. It's for the best. He lives high up in that building with the orange neon sign.
Let's go talk to Momo.
Baja Blast. Michael has good taste in drinks and tags. I sure do. We got custom tags now, so I was just like, I'm gonna put Baja Blast as a tag.
Of course, you would add Baja Blast as a tag.
Our long-gone ancestors, the soft ones, left us this city. Our home is their legacy. Wait. Hold on, I want to read that again. The soft ones. Is that like humans?
I think that means humans.
Soft, like skin. Like soft skin.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, like humanity is left. So yeah, they're just like robots that are abandoned here. Again, I've got no context. I've never played this game for anybody watching. I'm a little late on playing it. Nah, I don't want to go back here just yet. I want to see what's down here. Just in case there's some cool collectibles or anything. Hey, bud. I'm the merchant of the market. You give me something, I'll give you something in exchange. Okay. Hidden gems. Okay. A blue sky. Imagine that. God, yeah. So dreary down here. Well, I guess I'm gonna go see Momo.
I did like the mossy area a bit more, but the city clutter has a really nice, like, aesthetic to it, too.
Yeah, I agree. I'm knocking things over. There we go. Nope, didn't hear it fall.
Jackaringo, what is it, bud?
Oh, you've got Jack in your office?
I got a Jackaringus. You didn't hear me earlier when I said, "Oh, Jack farted and it's awful."
Oh, I did. I guess I just didn't really think about it.
Yeah, no, he's got horrible gas. And right now he's running around the room trying to tell me that I'm pretty sure he wants out. Yeah, there's that little arf I think he wants out.
The hell is
I'm
in-
gonna BRB. I think Jack wants outside.
Yeah, let Jack go outside.
You want to take a shit, bud? You want to take
Dog
a
wanna
nice
go take
fat poo?
poopy?
Yeah?
Oh, look at this fridge. Anything cool in here? No? That's a cool picture. There's a beach. There's a picture of a beach right there. Oh, and Cricket's head is just phasing through the wall. That scared me for a second. I thought that I like phased Cricket into the wall. How's y'all's day going? Day's going pretty good. Just thought I'd do a little stream, a little impromptu stream. There's greenery over there. What's this guy saying? Companions have evolved so much. In the early days, their simple AI merely imitated human art. Now this is all their own. Humans often said that making art is important in desperate situations. These are certainly desperate times. All right. Okay, so vending machines, I can just get energy drinks from those. Cool. Ha 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 ha. All right, this is a good way to play.
I see you've unlocked Ultimate Gamer mode.
I sure did. You bet I
And yeah,
did.
Jack ran right to the back door. He definitely had to take a big old shit. So Jack is outside now.
Mysterious password. Follow the numbers, but it looks like a binary language, a succession of zeros and ones. We must be able to decipher this code.
Guess who just came into my office and tapped me on my arm?
Cricket.
The star of the game, Cricket.
Cricket.
Now that Jack's not in here, it's your turn, huh?
That's a lot of zeros and ones. I'll worry about that later. Who are you? I'm a musician, but I don't have any songs. I'll write a song about that one day. Okay.
Oh, I believe in you, buddy.
I've heard that the barter man is looking for stuff like that. Only a real geek can read this. Okay.
Aw, you can just take a big old fat nap.
I can. You can hear the
I like
purrs.
that the robots. I like that the robot's just so perplexed by you.
This is your first time watching Ashley and Michael live? Well, well, I hope this is a decent experience, Anderson
Were you about to
Page.
say I'm sorry?
I was about to say I'm sorry.
You're watching us live. Our condolences.
I'm so sorry.
Grimlet, is it all about you time? Aw.
Cricket just wants you time.
She'll just come up to me and like stretch up and like tap my arm and like just tippy tap on my arm or my side, and I'll pet her for like 10 minutes straight and just give her tons of love, and then the moment I stop I'll just feel a tap 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 all on my arm again, and I can't get anything done. No, it's all about cricket time.
Only a real geek can read this. I guess it'll be obvious when I find a real geek. None of these people give me the vibe of a real geek.
Yeah, I think you're looking for somebody special. I like all the little robots' faces too. They're so cute.
They are. They're very cute faces. Hi, buddy. Only a real geek can read it. Okay.
Are you just gonna ask every single person you come across?
Hey, one of these people is a real geek.
Yeah, that cowboy looks like a real geek. Ask him.
One energy drink can. I'll take that music sheet.
I wonder who could use that.
You know, that's why I got it. Because I'm like, there's a musician down here. They can have it. The way you compute tonight. Play it.
Oh, he's got little.
The way
music
you
notes
compute
on his
tonight.
face. He's got little music notes on his face.
That's so cute, actually. That's really wholesome. It's the way you compute tonight. Alright, he's just gonna play the song. Hell yeah. I'm glad we got him a song. Alright, well, there's more stuff to do. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, I thought he was gonna jump.
He thought he was gonna fucking commit suicide.
Please don't bother Vapora. She's so clumsy.
Oh, these guys have interesting hit designs.
Okay, can't go up there. Can I? Oh, nope. I think that's it for... Yeah, this area over here, so I gotta go over here now. Let's go bother the clumsy person. Oh, wait, no, is there something in here? Get some memories, buddy. This poor guy also wanted to go to the upper level. Yes, I remember. Midtown is up there, away from all the garbage and sickness of the slums. Back then, a lot of people from the slums were prepared to do anything to move up there. Apparently, robots also copied this behavior. Huh. The music that's playing now is pretty groovy.
I'm playing Pokemon right now, so I'm literally just hearing like 8-bit Pokemon music instead of the actual like game audio, and I'm like, huh, interesting sound design choices.
I was thinking it was gonna be like funny because I'm saying this sounds groovy, whereas your Pokemon music probably is not quite.
I don't think most Pokemon songs classify as what you would call groovy, but they're definitely good.
Yeah. I kind of want to go down and see what these two are up to.
Go say hi, make friends.
Can I
Jump off
can I
roof,
safely?
break leg.
Yeah, I can safely get down. Hey, bud. I want to meet you. I tripped him.
Oh! He can just trip over you?
I guess so.
Make friends, make friends, make friends.
I left it in the streets, and the next day the Zerks had consumed it completely. That's crazy, right? They can eat everything. Only a real geek can read this.
God damn it! Stop showing it to everyone! My God! God.
Only a real geek can read this. No, I'm fairly certain it'll be incredibly obvious who can read that. But it's just so. What?
Could you get up in that window up there?
I didn't try.
Try it.
What?
No, not that one. The other one. That one.
Oh yeah, that window.
Ow! Cricket just stuck her claws into my boob.
It's a few years old, but it's something to read. Real geek can read this.
You're just being fucking racist. You're like, huh, you're a robot. You must be a geek, right?
Yeah. You're a robot. You should be smart. You know binary. You got some memories there, B12? Their original design didn't have a digestive system. Maybe they somehow evolved by mimicking humans? Do you think I should try some of it?
Somehow I don't think pizza would be very good for you, B12.
I want pizza.
You always want pizza.
I do. Wait, can I scratch this?
Get some big scritches in? Oh, hell yeah.
There's got to be an achievement for scratching every scratchable thing.
You should have looked up what all the achievements are before you started playing.
Nah, it's fine. I'll just replay it. This guy's fucked. You're new around here. What can I do for you? Only a real geek can read this. This is a nice picture of the outside. Momo's a real fan of that myth. You should show that to him. Wow, everybody wants me to talk to Momo.
Guess I won't then. Guess I'll just tell every person I meet about this stupid fucking note.
You want something? A real geek can read this.
I'm gonna leave.
Don't. Are you a real geek? Only a real... No, I'm joking. Elliot
Oh,
programming.
God.
Knock on the door and wait for us to open.
Can you not go in?
Oh, I just wanted to meet him. I just wanted to talk to
Oh.
him. Can I chat? Sorry, bud.
Also accurate to Cricket, knocking everything fucking over.
You're here for Elliot? He's just over there.
Michael!
Bruh, sheet music.
Fuck yeah.
Yo, there's the ocean.
I was hoping you could scratch the shit out of the poster just to be an asshole.
Doesn't look like I can. We were programmed to be slaves, but since 254,480 wait, 254 wait.
Oh fuck. I gotta do the math on how many years that is.
25448755556 or 75556 days. We have a soul. Hope one day the outsiders will find the exit of this hell. Momo. Jesus.
That was too many fucking numbers for even my calculator app.
Do you have the numbers?
Fucking, here, I'm gonna have to go on Chrome. Because my calculator app wouldn't do it. Okay, so it's 5...
It's 2,554,875,556.
Okay. Divided by 3.
Someone said it's almost 6 million years.
Yeah, god damn. That is 6,972,000 years. How fucking long have people been dead for? Jeez, how are cats not, like, evolved into something insane?
Yeah, this cat should be something completely different by now.
Yeah, 6 million
Because
years
this is
of
still like a
evolution, that cat would
domesticated.
not
This
look
is
that
still like a
way.
domesticated cat. They would evolve by now.
Okay, but thought.
Oh
How
fuck!
do these...
Wow. Only a real
That might-
geek can read this.
That looks like a real geek. Hey, Michael, you should go talk to them, maybe.
I think I should ask some other people about that binary code first.
God!
I think I should ask some others first.
I was gonna say, how do these robots measure days, though? Like, maybe they don't measure days in the same way we do.
Yes, can I help you? Some people tried to find an exit in this city. It didn't go well. A music sheet? I don't play an instrument, sorry.
Okay.
Michael? Michael!
What?
If you don't ask him about the fucking note, I swear to fucking God. Michael! Michael!
What?
What?
Okay, let me go back in
How
there.
are you even...
Hold on, I'll go back over there.
I'm gonna have a fucking conniption, I swear to God.
Hold on, where was that door? Who are you? You do look a little like a Zerk from far away, at least. They look and sound cute, but don't be fooled.
I'm just... I can't do this anymore.
You can't?
I just can't fucking do it anymore.
Hold on, I gotta find that door again.
You're never gonna be able to find it again.
Yeah, I will.
We're gonna be stuck in this hell. If only a real geek could read this over and over and over and over.
If only a real geek could read it. If only, I wish. I found it. Here. Here. He'll read it. Alright, geek. Tell me the code. You want me to read this binary code? Here, it means Duffer Bar. Strange. Who gives rendezvous via binary code? Duffer Bar. Wait, so Duffer, do I need to go to a place called Duffer Bar? It means Duffer Bar.
Huh.
Okay, well. Bar.
Adam says, what if the guy just said only a real geek can read this?
That'd be pretty funny.
I think I would have had an aneurysm on the fucking spot.
Is this the Duffer Bar? We're here. We're at the bar. I got an achievement called Catapult. Can only a real geek read it? What the fuck does it mean, Duffer Bar?
Have you talked to the guy that's passed out?
Can I? He's passed. Hold on, can I knock his drink over and wake him up?
Knock his shit over.
No, I can't wake him up. He's out.
He's fucking dead.
Billy. Only a real geek can read that.
I hate you.
September 27. Okay, it has not been a few million years if it's only 2 numbers before that 27.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my thought. I was like, how do they measure days? You know?
I doubt this has anything to do with that code for that vault. Yo, Teddy. I got nothing for you. So very educational. Are you homeless?
Very educational.
You want something? Nah. I like how they all have names.
Yeah, it's a neat little feature.
Oh no. I do
love knitting. So far, I've knitted 478 miles of scarves. It's something to do. If you bring me some electric cable, I could make you a poncho. You inspire me. But it's not easy to find the right materials around here.
Oh, thank God. I thought I was gonna scratch.
Aw.
I thought it would scratch.
Aw.
Get a little heart.
Oh, the little
Aw.
heart. Precious.
Back where we started. This is where it began.
Wait.
Let me in.
It's okay, you can leave. The Guardian said it was not the Zerks. Okay.
Memory.
Humans. Humans were the first residents around here. It seems that they're all dead now. What do you think it feels like being dead? I know it's silly coming from me, but are they actually at peace? Will I be at peace when I die? I don't know what death feels like for an AI. I'm sorry, I didn't want to break the mood. Let's move on.
Jesus Christ.
Jeez Louise. Whoa, what is that drawing?
What the fuck is that?
Is that what's that killer? That creepypasta like the killer?
Oh, Jeff the Killer.
Is that Jeff the Killer?
Yo, Millie's seeing this and she's getting horny right now.
Bro. Yo, trash digging? I see you. Hey. Did that scare him? Did that?
I think you can trip that guy over, like, entirely.
No, I know.
Oh!
I know you can. Damn, I thought he'd fall down the stairs. Anything cool? No. Let's give that person one more thing of sheet music, and then let's just go see that person. Who are you?
Also, I don't know what happened, but fucking a ton of people have been tagging me in weird NFT shit.
Wow. Wow.
It's obviously all bots, but it's like, what the fuck?
Can I come in? Please don't act like a child. I'm not gonna hurt you. Ooh. What's going on in here? There's gotta be a way into that room. See what's going on. Oh, wait, I was already there. Let's go give you this other thing of sheet music.
I like his weird cable hair.
Play it for me.
It's so wholesome.
Yo, Blebgo, thank you for the tier 1 sub. This is some interesting music. This is a fucking bop. You're right. I need to get with the times. Like, maybe I don't understand this music as well. But to them, this is a bop.
I mean, it's only been 6-7 million years. Music's bound to change a little bit over time.
Only a real geek would get this. Duff Bar. What is that music? Fellas, we're just gonna be roaming around the city aimlessly for a bit.
I'm be real, I don't remember what this next part involves.
Well, I mean, I know where I'm supposed to go. Like, I actually am supposed to go somewhere. I know that I'm supposed to go up the buildings and talk to that one person in that one building up there that's with the neon lights. The only thing is, I just want to get that vault code. And only a real geek can help me with that. I just want to hear what you have to say again. It means Duffer Bar. Duffer Bar. Who gives a rendezvous via binary code? So it's someone at, it's gotta be someone at that bar then.
Yeah, I can't imagine it being anything else.
There we go, okay. I can get down like this, okay. You're just gonna say, yep, only a real geek. Only a real geek. You, my friend, are asleep. Is there a way to wake you up? Is it this bro up here? No? I'm just gonna assume I can't do anything with that right now. I'll worry about that later. Let's just continue the plot. Alright. So let's go up that one building. Let's go see our friend. Careful, I need to focus. I don't want to drop another bucket. Yo, what's up, bud?
Those circles of light are pleasing to watch, but I want to see the real sky one day.
Never gonna happen. You're trapped here forever, bud.
Oh yeah, there are just a bunch of fucking, like, circular stars. So this is some underground thing. Or some polluted thing. Something. What's over here? Ooh, what's in here? The music changed, that's a good sign. Are these all robots of note that I need to, like, keep track of for any reason? I already know, like, several of these guys.
I think they're just a bunch of fellas.
Everything is going according to plan. We managed to contact the upper level before the transceiver went down. They're in a place called Midtown, and apparently it's controlled by some kind of oppressive force. I talked to Momo earlier. His eyes. I know this look. He will not come with us. I don't know what this means, but it'll probably be useful later. We should go see that Momo person who Guardian told us about. Lore. Wait, what's this? Sheet music. I'm guessing all of the sheet music is going to be localized just in this lower area, nothing up in Midtown. Ashley, one thing I do want to know, if you know the answer, once you go up to Midtown, are you able to come back down here?
I think you can backtrack. Pretty certain, at least.
Okay, because if I can't backtrack, I just wanted to make sure. Oh my god, this dude's face.
That's a good face.
Oh hey, it's you. You do look weird and small, but there's something about you. I feel compelled to pet you, but I won't because I don't understand why. I think he'll always regret that decision. Oh man. Just gotta do the scritches. Give me an energy drink. Oh, Jesus, what is this music?
Once you leave the slums, you won't be able to backtrack unless you use chapter select.
Oh, okay. Only with chapter select. That might make this stream a bit more of a slog for people, though, because I'm probably going to want to stay here and just kind of walk around aimlessly until I find everything.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's nice to just kind of vibe and explore.
That's probably, because honestly, that's probably what I'm going to do, because that's how I like to play games, is just kind of wander around and figure things out slowly.
Are that dude dead?
How to develop your artificial intelligence in order to be as creative as a real human. Volume 42. Jesus. I think so far that's like four pieces of sheet music I've collected. I think there's 4 more. I think I'm able to check and see. I think I'm able to. 1, 2. Yeah, so I've got 4 so far. Hey Doc, I found your keys to your safe. You need to be more careful with these. It's not enough to bury your safe behind a bunch of books. So there's a safe somewhere behind a bunch of books. And those are the keys. Okay, okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Let's go ahead and do some scritching. Mike, I'm watching you and Dave at the same time. Oh, hell yeah. That's right, Dave's streaming now. Fellas, if any of you guys ever want to book it and just go watch Dave, more than welcome to. Dave Captiville is streaming right now. He's going to be showing people Killer Clowns from Outer Space. It's a fantastic movie. I kind of want to keep playing, though, is the thing.
No, like, keep playing. Once you're done, you should absolutely raid Dave.
Yeah. My God, there's so many books here. So, like, if there's a safe, it's got to be in this house with all these books.
Look for anything that looks like it might be out of place or can be knocked over.
Don't worry, I'm well aware.
Hello, Crimblet.
I think I'm understanding. Hold on. No, wait. Oh. What do we got? It's a strange notebook with a symbol on it. This one seems to belong to someone named Doc. After weeks of research, I've combined a spectrometer with a powerful UV lamp. With this, we should be capable of warding off the Zerks on our way out. The initial attempt was explosive. I might have to test it under real conditions. I don't know what this means, but it'll probably be useful later. We should go see that Momo person who Guardian told us about. I know you want me to go see Momo. I don't want to continue the plot yet. I want to fuck around and find out. What's the fun of playing a game if you just play the base story mode? I know that's probably how you tend to play some games, Ashley.
Just blasting through.
Just blast through the story mode.
Yeah, a little bit.
I never like just doing that. I usually like to play and just mess around.
Sometimes I just want to get through the story, you know?
No, that's completely fair.
And other times I just kind of want to meander around and see everything that it's got to show.
This is one of those games where there's so much lore to it and so much stuff that, like, I kind of think that even on my first playthrough, I do just want to see everything. Even if it takes a lot longer to do it, because I'm blind and don't know exactly what to look for.
I mean, hey, enjoy yourself.
Might not be as pleasant on stream, but for me, it's a good experience.
I wouldn't beat yourself up about that or worry about that too much. I think people want to watch you stream just because they want to hang out with you.
Oh yeah, no.
Get through the game super fast.
No, like, it's just, that's just what I mean is that I'm gonna take it slow.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna visit areas I've already been to many, many times just because now I'm just confused where I've already been. I already talked to these two they don't want to be bugged with. I think there's stuff over here I didn't look at. Let's see if I can get up there. I talked to you already. Okay, nothing cool up there. Already used that vending machine. Can I get up here? Well, I fell down.
Take some bits.
Hey, thank you so much for the 190 bits, Big Smoke.
Some big bits from a big Zamog.
Rule number 9.
Dude, I kind of want McDonald's now.
Oh, bro. I wouldn't say no.
You wouldn't say no to some Maccas?
I wouldn't say no to some Maccas.
I don't want a DoorDash, though.
Hmm.
What if we took a break and went to Macca's?
You want to take a quick run to Macca's?
Do you want to drive to Macca's?
I wouldn't be against it.
Dude, we could take a little drive to Macca's. If we go to Macca's, I'll be on a BRB screen, but I'll be back in like 30 minutes.
Want to take a quick break, everyone?
Let's go take a little break. Guys, go watch Dave for a little bit while we go take a break and go get some Macca's.
Go tell Dave, everybody here, right now, I have an assignment for you. Go to Dave's live stream, and all of you say, Big Chicken. He'll love it so much.
No, just say like Pickle Alf. A combination of Big Chicken, Pickle Alf, you know, all those things. He'll love them.
Yeah, he'll love that so much.
Also, can someone confirm with Dave if he wants the shake or something from McDonald's? Because I'll grab that for him while we're there. Dave Capdeville. Here, twitch.tv/Dave Capdeville. Let me go ahead and get you a link to his page. Oh, fuck. I typed HRR. It's fine. There you go. You live in the same... I know we do, but I don't want to disturb him. Cricket's crying at my door.
No.
I'm going to put a text here that just says BRB.
BRB getting Macca's.
Yeah. That's what it says. BRB getting McDonald's. Is that a good thing of text?
Yeah, I think that looks good. Very clear as to exactly what we'll be doing.
Hold on, wait. Where is this text at, though? Hold on. Okay, there it is. Okay, I see it. All right. Yeah, we're gonna go get McDonald's. I'll play some music, but I'm gonna be right back. Here, let's put on like. Let's just play some Stray music since we've got Stray video game soundtrack. Here, and let's do a shuffle of the playlist. Okay, we'll be right back.
BRB.
Bruh. I got Burger King instead. We didn't get McDonald's, we got Burger King. Ashley convinced me to get Burger King. And believe me, I'd rather not have gotten Burger King, but we did. I got some food. I gotta eat this before I can start. How do you fuck up that bad? I wasn't the driver. I wasn't the one that drove. Ashley was like, actually, I want to get Burger King. And I'm like, okay. So we got Burger King. It's gonna be a bit chill for a minute, because I'm just gonna eat first, and then I'll get back to playing. Ashley's not joining us anymore. She's gonna take some time to chill for now. Okay, I gotta say though, I've got beef with Burger King for one reason. Sorry, I had to take a sip of a drink. So, I actually don't mind Burger King. I'm of the opinion that Burger King gets way more hate than it deserves. But, one thing that Burger King always does that I just cannot stand. Their fountain drinks are like, you know, when you have fountain drinks, there's a certain amount of water and syrup distribution that goes into it, right? Because obviously you gotta have soda water mixed with the syrup. I swear to God, the ratio is just so bad at every Burger King I go to. Because the ratio for water versus syrup is like, It almost tastes like it's 80% water, 20% syrup, when it should be like at least more syrup than that. The ratio is just so bad. It's so like flavorless almost. The dispensers purposely put it out that way is to not waste sodas. That's so stupid. When I want a soda, I want to have the full flavor of that soda. I don't want to have like some watered down soda. That's the main thing I don't like about Burger King is just how watered down the soda gets. Cause like I've got this soda right here. I got a large soda. There should be a good bit of like, you know, syrup in this. It tastes lacking, very lacking. Anyway, I got fries and I got a chicken sandwich. Oh, this chicken sandwich looks sad. This is sad. This looks like a sad little chicken sandwich. The chicken fries are actually pretty good. Like, if you get chicken fries at Burger King, they're not bad. I like them.
Can I get 2 number 9s, a number 9 large,
Oh, yeah.
a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda rider. A fat boy, you gonna eat all that?
I should have ordered that, yeah. I think that would have been a much better order. This chicken tastes sad, too. It doesn't just look sad, it tastes sad. We didn't get our McDonald's. Ashley wanted Burger King. I'm not even gonna finish the chicken. I ate like 65% of this chicken and I'm done. That chicken just tasted too sad. Is it raw? No, it's not raw. You're sorry. It's okay, Ashley. That was the saddest chicken sandwich I think I've ever eaten in my life. Like when they massacre these chickens, you know, for Burger King, I imagine most of them have depression just because they're livestock and because that's all they exist for is to, like, you know, be killed and then eaten. But that chicken had some fucking mega depression because that was the saddest chicken I've ever had. Bro, the lettuce on my chicken sandwich wasn't great. The only place that I go, well, I don't really go there for obvious reasons, but the only place I've really been to that has good lettuce is fucking Chick-fil-A. And obviously it's a crime to go to Chick-fil-A at this point, so. Chick-fil-A is mid. It is pretty mid. I'm not gonna lie, Chick-fil-A is pretty mid. Their lettuce is pretty, like, I don't know. I've never had lettuce anywhere else that's been, like, quite as, I guess, full and fresh as Chick-fil-A's. Cane's is pretty good. Plastic, if you're still there, I've warmed up to the cane sauce. Cane sauce is pretty good, but it's not God tier. Everybody makes it out as if cane sauce is God tier, the absolute best. Nothing can ever top it. It's good. It's really good. It's not God tier. It's just damn good. I actually prefer honey mustard still, but that it is what it is. Also, hello Diamond. How it be? Five Guys is good, but damn, is it expensive? Yes, it is. I did notice you, Husker. Hello. You've never heard of Cane's? It's a chicken place. You're not a honey mustard guy? I love honey mustard. I'm adjusting the chat because I'm actually not gonna have the icons on screen just to make it a little easier to see the whole game because our icons are always so bright compared to the game. We are back though. We're gonna play some of this game. Oh, give me 1 sec. Did I just pause on a meow? Let me just grab something real quick. You'll have to show me how to add reactive... Oh, hold on. Reactive lighting to my icon. Yeah, we'll have to do that. I think that would be good. We'll have to do that soon. I'll try and see if we can get that set up for next time. You gotta make yourself sleep. That is all right. You have a good one, Yeen. All right, how many more of the musical sheet musics do I need? Well, this is where I advance the plot, so let's just advance the plot for now, I guess. That is a human painting right there. That's an old man. I like how expressive they are. Outsiders. That was a book I read in middle school. Alive Metallic. The city has a cylindrical shape. Oh wait, cylindrical shape of about 450 meters in diameter. There is a level above ours. The city seems to have a ceiling. If I believe my books, a big blue sky is hidden behind. Ooh. Music is jamming though. I'm just gonna leave some scratch marks. You honestly didn't know I was streaming tonight? Yeah, I sure am. I'm just playing through a little bit of Stray. I honestly might play a good bit of this game. Like, I wasn't expecting to play for longer than like 2 hours, but I might just kind of dick around and play this game for a while tonight. There's gotta be some cool stuff in here. Come on, what do we got? I don't want to talk to this dude yet. Remember. What the fuck is a PogChamp? You don't know what a PogChamp is? Oh, Back Home 2. I remember this video game. It was made just after I was created, I think. I can't remember it well. The scientist and I spent a lot of time playing. It was fun. I miss him. Why can't I remember his name? Well, you will remember. Got a lot. Problem. Okay, that's really good. That's a good poster. I kind of want that. I want this poster. That's like a meme poster. Like in this world, that's gotta be like just some kind of meme poster that people have. It's fun. What is this list of like ingredients? What's all here? Sheet music! I only need a few more. I think I need 3 more. That's the ingredients for Baja Blast? Hell yeah. Lurking, splatting, and Splatfest. Yo, what's up, Kyome? Have fun with the Splatfest. I saw a few people have been doing the Splatfest right now. I completely forgot. I have not played Splatoon in forever. Okay. What's on the radio? Well, let's talk, wait, no, nothing there. Okay, let's just talk to Momo, I guess. Oh my god, their voice. It's never going to work. Why did I let them go? I'm all alone now. Hey you, what do you want? Only a real geek can read this. What can I really do for you? This is a picture of the outside. Do you want to go here? Well, don't bother. It's a waste of time. It'll only bring you loneliness and despair. My friends had this dream too, but now they're gone and I'm all alone. I don't know where they ended up. I tried to contact them, but that fucking transceiver doesn't work. My friends and I took notes of our research about the outside. Here, take mine if you really want to go out there. You're on your own. I'm done with the outside. Good luck. Momo seems very sad. He misses his friends. Let me check the notebook he gave us. The outside manifesto. We must go outside at any cost. We must protect our brothers and sisters. We must stay away from the Zergs. It is signed Clementine, Zbaltazar, Doc, and Momo. It looks like Momo's name was added later. I think we should find the other notebooks. Well, we made some good progress. I already found Clementine's notebook.
Thanks for the epic stream, Michael. Always great background noise when drawing.
Hey, absolutely. You have to go? If you have to go, that's all good. You have a good time, Microwave Capri Sun. Your favorite flavor was Liberty Brew? I recently got into Code Red. Code Red is really good. Well, there's a few more notebooks to find. I guess adventure awaits! The symbol on the wall matches the one on the notebook. We already visited this place, but we could check if there is other signs like that. That doesn't seem grammatically correct. We already visited this place, but we could check if there is other signs like that. That doesn't... If there are other signs like that. I think that is a grammatical issue. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna judge. They're robots, you know. They're smarter than we are. Oh. Wait, so there's one... Okay, 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 okay. Okay, I'm picking up what we're putting down. I know what I'm doing now. I gotta go to those 3 locations. I already picked up the one over there. So I gotta do that one and that one. Okay, let's do it. Let's go. Let's do it. Okay, I know what I'm doing now. Okay, so we gotta go over to this guy. Let's do that. Hold on, okay, I gotta go over here. Over here. Okay. Ah, damn it, I can't get up that way. Okay. Damn, bro. Okay, gotta find my way up there. I think I can get to that other one over here. Oh, wait, no, this was the... Yeah, no, that was the entrance. Okay. Oh, man. I'm not gonna lie, that Burger King is not sitting well with me. Actually, I think I might have to be right back. That Burger King is not sitting right. I feel like crap. I will be right back. What is with some of these meme faces in my chat? Bro, that Burger King wasn't great. Definitely not great, no. Definitely was not good. Is there any audio? There is now. There is audio now. Here, you can hear me, and you can see a game here in a second. I was gone for longer than 10 minutes. I was like, that felt like it was like 15 minutes. I'm good. I'm good. It just, it hit. It hit, and I was like, oh, that's not good. That's not good. The chicken was so sad that I think it resorted to anger. I think it went from sad to angry. That chicken was just brutal. What time is it? It's 8:30. I'm good now. I'm good now. Yeah, my stomach hit the emergency button. It had an immediate disposal. We're good now, though. The chicken went through all the stages of... It sure did. You know, it really did. It really did. Okay, I just had to throw something away. And now I'm here. So let's go ahead and play some more Stray. Give me just a second. All right. Can you guys hear me in the game? All right, cool. Yeah, we're just going back to playing the game. So I gotta find those areas that have the little symbol on them. So I'm just gonna go do that real quick. So I gotta get some notebooks. One of them is right over here. Oh, it was right in here and I missed it. I literally missed it in this room. Oh, and this thing is still here too. I don't need that anymore though. All right, so I need to find a notebook in here. Damn, I walked right in here and everything and missed it. It's definitely still, it's gotta be in this room. I got a mod of Cricket, I sure did. Is Ash gonna sleep or join me later? Ash left. She's not so sure, like, I don't know. She just wants to get a little more used to doing things publicly. Because it's been a fat minute since she's done, like, streams or anything. So she's got a lot of anxiety. But yeah, no, she's doing other stuff right now, too. Is the notebook in here? It's in this room, isn't it? It might not be in this room. Okay, so far, it's not looking like it's in this room. It's in this room? Okay. You gotta leave soon? All right, the Dying Rose, you have a good one. Thanks for sticking around. This game looks so cute, makes you want to get it since you love cats. Yeah, it's a good game. A lot of people put a lot of love into this game. Only thing is that this game is definitely not intent. Like, it's supposed to be cute and have cute moments, but it's definitely, you know, got a vibe to it. So it's not all happy and smiles. It's definitely got some darker stuff to it. Okay, it's in this room, so I gotta just investigate everything. Let's see, what all can I do in here? Okay, so I've got clementines and momos. Wait. I've got clementines, docs, and momos. I might already have all three of them. I might have this guy's already. I might have collected this guy's already and just didn't realize. Oh wait, no I didn't. Oh, it's right there. Damn it, I'm an idiot. I almost went to the other area, not realizing. That would have been so bad. So this is Baltazar's. All trace of organic life has disappeared, except for what we call the Zerks. They seem to eat almost anything that moves and breed at an inconceivable rate. Are they rabbits? As if being locked in this city wasn't hard enough. Oh, there's also a note in this book. It says, I found a design flaw in the transceiver, but I think I figured out how to fix it. Here's the equation. With this, we should be able to help Momo repair the transceiver. If it can communicate with the upper levels, that could be our way up. Let's show him what we found. Bruh. Oh my, I thought I was gonna be carrying that guy with me for the rest of the game. Am I gonna save the stream? Yeah, the stream should be saved for at least a month, I think. I think that's what Twitch usually does. I don't think I'll like save it. But it'll be available for a while, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I've gotta find some sheet music still. There's some sheet music I'm still missing. Just gotta figure out where those could possibly be. Oh yeah, I was already in here. Anything else in here that maybe I missed that could be useful? That's fucking cute. That's precious. That's better than if there was a secret here, because this is the secret. Sorry, I had to pause that for a second. Okay. But yeah, the stream should be backlogged. How are you guys all doing though? You guys been doing okay? Oh my god, how far is this gonna zoom out? All right, we've reached maximum zoom out. Time to wake up, cat.
Yes, sir. Doing good, sir. Good to hear.
It's gonna be a slightly repetitive stream. Just want to make sure I find everything. And I'm not going to look at a guide. I mean, I might resort to a guide eventually if it really comes down to it, but I'm going to try not to. Because I just want to... Oh my god, there's Jeff the Killer again. That thing is freaking creepy. I love that thing, though. Excited to send our first board game to some publishers tomorrow. Hey, that's awesome. I hope everything goes well. Hope the board game ends up doing well. Okay, I don't think there's anything else in here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got everything in this area. I don't want to go back to Momo though. What if it ends this section of the game? It won't, but let's give those 2 music sheets back to that person first. I don't know if I've really been through... I think I have been through this area, but yeah. Let's see, what's all here? Have I met you? I have met you. Okay, nothing in there. Would you let me in? Is this a bar? What's this? Oh, it's another one of these things. Okay. I see what I gotta do. Oops. Well, now I can get down there. I'm cleaning the porch of my shop again. Stop playing over my shop, you clumsy rascal! Is this that bar? Oh, this is a laundromat, isn't it? Okay, what's in here? There's gotta be some interesting stuff in here. What do we got? I'll take that. I'll take some detergent. What secrets do you have in here? Michael right now. Cat. Yep, that's me, Cat. College is a bitch. I'm sorry to hear, Mighty Prism. How's it been? It's been a while. I'm doing good, Julian Mario. How are you doing, bud? I don't know if there's much else I can look at in here. Yeah, I think that's about it. I did get the detergent in here. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm guessing that's the main thing I needed to get. Okay. Super spirit. That's what I got, right? Yep. I got a full bottle. Damn. Okay. Some people pay a lot for that. Let's go give that one person their sheet music first. And then I'll see what else I can do. Petite Valse. Sounds cool. Here, watch that. Hey, no worries, Oxenaz. You have a good one. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, for now the stream is gonna be pretty lax. Because I'm more or less focused on the game at this point. So it's just basically gonna be little chatting, little watching stuff happen. It does kind of remind me of Animal Crossing a little bit too, actually. Yeah, it's got that like Animal Crossing kind of vibe to it. Here, let's give them another song. 'Cause we got a few others to give them too. Oh, I gotta wait for them to finish. Yeah, peace out. Dave just finished his stream. Thank you for that music. I can find you more for sure. I got one right here. Cool down. I think I can play this. For people that were in Dave's stream, how was Killer Clowns? This is your second time catching a KoVox stream? Hey, how you doing? Best music sheet tune? Oh, hell yeah. This is a pretty good song. It's not bad. You guessed a plot twist? I think I guessed a plot twist too. It might have been the same one. It's a fun movie though. I love Killer Clowns. Lo-fi beats to study to. That's what this is. Why do I have 2 Costco receipts? Just on my desk. Oh, one of them's the food court. That explains it. Did Ashley leave before he could show up? Yeah, she left. She left a good bit ago.
This reminds me of like early Dragon Ball.
Early Dragon Ball? Shunichi something. Shinsuke Kikuchi. That's the guy that did the music from early Dragon Ball. Okay, we've only got one more piece of sheet music so far. Mildly important information. This one was composed by a renowned algorithm. All right, let's hear it. Oh, I vibe with this one. Your internet's lagging out with this live. Is it the stream? Is the stream laggy, or is it just for swirls? Everyone else, are you guys having an okay time? Does it look okay, or is it having issues? Zal, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate that, bud. Stream is fine? Okay, that's good. Okay, I don't have any more. How many did I give them before? One, so I think there's 2 more I need to find. 2 more. I just don't know where they would be. Oh, I haven't even met you. You're very sweet. All right, let's see. What's the deal with this guy? He needs energy drinks, right? Okay, so I just need to get 3 more energy drink cans. Okay, so I gotta find some. Oh God, that's a lot of trash. Alright, not really a lot going on up there.
Bedtime from you. Good night, everyone. It was nice seeing you stream again, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for stopping by, Metsume. Hope you had a good time. Have a good night. I'm just gonna be running around in circles if I'm being honest. For a second. And by for a second, I mean probably for 30 minutes. So I hope you guys don't... I haven't even met you. So today is yesterday's tomorrow. Tomorrow will be yesterday's today, right? Time is weird. We don't age like our soft one ancestor. We're trapped here forever. I would love to give you electric cable. I'll get to work right away. It'll suit you well. Can I not actually wear it? I guess I can't wear it. That's okay. Damn, I thought I'd have a cute little outfit made by Grandma. Okay. I'm gonna knock on this guy's door again and see if I can find anything else in here. Also, hey, Spicy Santa, you go ahead and head out. Hope you feel better soon. Okay, what else is in here? Maybe I might have missed something. Oh, by the way, so I watch a few Twitch streamers, and the last few times I've watched people on Twitch, whenever it's someone I'm not subscribed to and I get ads, there's this one ad I keep getting that is so obnoxious that is just like from a streaming platform where it's like these two guys that I guess get out of prison finally, and they're like, "What's the coronavirus?" And like just these women, I guess, and like this one of them gets coronavirus and they're like, "He's got the Rona," and it's just so obnoxious. I've been seeing that trailer a lot for some reason. Also, I missed this memory for some reason. Let's not forget that now. This tree is a scientific marvel. It's remarkable that human ingenuity found a way to create plants that thrive without sunlight. Organic life requires trees to purify the city's air. Robots don't need it, but they take care of them anyway. You saw that ad today with my stream earlier? I fucking hate that ad. That ad is terrible. I keep seeing that ad every time I watch a stream, and it's the worst. What was that? Can I help you? Please come see me if you ever need anything fixed. Aww, he likes the poncho. That was an accident. I'm so glad I did that. I almost didn't do that. Well, I don't really have anything else to give to this guy. That was fun, though. I'm glad that he liked that. I'm glad he likes the poncho. Okay. I just need to figure out where other sheet music could be. That's the main thing I'm looking for now is sheet music. You know very little about this game. The music is incredible. Yeah, I also know very little about this game. I mean, I know a little more now that I'm playing it, but I didn't want to have any spoilers, so I avoided them. I just played it blind, and I'm glad I did. No thanks. I'm not thirsty. That is absolutely fair. How many channels can we sort through? Ah ha ha! I'm glad I did that. I figured there'd be a trophy for it. We're about to do some trolling soon. I'll have fun doing a little trolling. Oh, I was already in the library. There's nothing else in here for me. That I know of, at least. Meh. Is there nothing else down here? Okay, nothing really up there. On the topic of cats, it's been a while since the fundraiser for Cricket. How are they doing? They're doing really good. Cricket's doing great. Her mouth is about as healed as it's going to get, and she's looking great. She's able to eat just like usual. I'd say she's made just about a full recovery. She's got a few quirks because obviously she went through a traumatic experience. But yeah. Also, Fivenpod, you redeemed BRB. That was a terrible mistake. It's a terrible mistake. Because that means I have to BRB for 5 minutes. Do you really want me to BRB? Okay. Then we're gonna BRB. We're gonna rename this to just BRB. There. BRB. Okay, I'm back. There, shortest BRB in the world. What do these two want? The Guardian is the only one that can open the door. Oh, is this the way out? That's the way out, isn't it? Okay. Well, I don't want to leave yet anyway. What is this smiley face? I love the smiling friends. Where can I get more energy drinks? I need to get I need to get 2 more energy drinks to be able to get that. There's nothing for energy drinks over here, right? Like I can't use these. Yeah, they're not lit up. I can't use them. There's still this. Okay, that wasn't it. I just put in a random code. There's no... Yeah, there's nothing over here. Okay. So I gotta find 2 more things of sheet music. Have I seen The Adventures of Pee-Pee? Yes! I loved The Adventures of Pee-Pee. That was awesome. Or Pippi. I don't know how it's pronounced, but I loved that animated short. It was really fun. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the bar and see if just maybe by some chance there's just something I missed. Okay, you don't know anything. Okay, it's not there. That's Grandma. Okay, the bar... Bar is right there, but I can't get in that way. I gotta go through the back. Anything exciting over here? No, nothing exciting. Can't get over that way. You got barbed wire. I don't know if I've gone in here. Oh, it's not nothing. Wait, sheet music? Oh, that blended in so well. Oh, I'm not nothing. All right, looks like we're going in there. Oh, there's no path over there from here, it looks like. And I've already been in here. Okay. How do I... Can I, like, climb up there? It doesn't let me. So I'm inclined to think I cannot. When was the last time I had Baja Blast? Yesterday, actually. So not very long. Okay, so I just need one more thing of sheet music. Okay. Not really getting good luck here. Oh, I can just break back into your room. got any I can take? You got some good taste in music. This music is really nice, actually. Okay, let's just go into the bar proper. Supposed to have some kind of duffer bar. 1283. Okay. God damn. That's all that was? I thought I had to talk to somebody. I was overthinking it. I didn't see your message until just now, Panda. So don't worry. But oh my god. Jesus Christ. I was thinking I had to talk to somebody that whole time. That explains a lot, though. That's much better. Okay. So let's go back up here. Let's go open that case. I already forgot what the numbers were. 1283. I've got two more for you. Ballad of the Lonely Robot. Sorry, you dipped out for a bit. How's the game so far? Game's great. I'm loving this game. As you can see, I've not made much progress because I went to Burger King and then I had to expel my entire body because of Burger King because it was not good. And now I'm finally making progress. I think I've got like one or two more things to look for. I think I've got to find one more memory in this area, I think, and then I should be good. It is kind of cruel, isn't it? All right. One more piece of sheet music. Okay, we got one more. Unreadable sheet music. Not very readable, but I can still try. All right.
Yeah, it's weird. Burger King lately has been hitting my stomach like a cannonball too.
I just don't really prefer to go to Burger King. Like, if I go anywhere, it's not Burger King. You know what I've been getting a lot more of recently is I've been getting Wingstop. Wingstop is really good. I used to not really care much for it, but my tone has changed. You've not heard of Wingstop? It's pretty good. Was that the last sheet music, or is there one more that, like, I might have missed? They're asking for more. That means there's more, right? That means that there's another one I've missed. Oh God, I think I gave them... I thought I gave them all of them. I guess there's one more. I guess there's one more that I just missed. Oh, goodness. I'm just gonna look it up. I'm just gonna look it up. Stray sheet music locations. I'm just gonna look it up. I think I collected mildly important information. I think... There's two. There's two here that I think I could have missed. It's either 3 or it's 5. Let's go find 3 first, just in case. I think it might be 5, though, that I'm missing. Wait, no, I'm not supposed to go over this way. Shit. I need to learn my way around the city a little better. Okay, that's not it. It's right here. Wrong button. Okay. Let's see if it's here. Nope. Looks like I already grabbed that one. Okay. Well, I can't get out the same way now. Okay, already grabbed that one, so I gotta go for another one now. The next one that I missed is... It's either 5 or 6. So both of them are near the bar. Both of them are near the bar. So let's just climb up the bar. One of them is in here. Gotta check something real quick. Oh boy, we got some alerts. We got some alerts about some dangerous stuff might be happening near our town. Woohoo! Because Ashley stocks like neighborhood stuff. What's your guys' favorite kind of cheese? Oh man, that's a tough one. I love mozzarella. I think mozzarella is one of my favorites. Okay, looks like I got that sheet music. So, next one to look at is just inside the bar. Come on, just drop down. I just want to go down. There we go. That's what I want. That's all I wanted. All right. Let's check up here. Oh my God, it's right here. There it is. Okay. I'm glad I looked at a guide. Yep, I got one more for you. This one. That's the last music sheet. You've done very well, little one. Have this badge as a token of my gratitude. Let's see, what is this last piece? Tomorrow's. Sounds cool. Here, watch that. I'm getting so many notifications. I have to mute this. There we go. Oh, sorry, I have to pause it again so I can... Okay. Let's listen to Tomorrow's. Do I ever make my own mozzarella? No, I've never done that. I've never made my own cheese. No. It's not the chat, it's Telegram. There's a group chat on Telegram that I had to mute. You're good. No, I kind of wish that I got notifications for Twitch chat, because then I wouldn't miss messages. No, it's not Twitch, it's Telegram. It's just a group chat I'm in. This is a pleasant song to end on, for this mission at least. I don't know how we're still maintaining over 100 viewers at the moment. We just went up from like 93 to like 103. My energy levels are down. It does look like it says VLV, yeah. All right, let's get up and let's do some other stuff. Are you just gonna loop this song? Nope, you're done. Let's talk to you some more. Thanks for all that. I'm a great musician now. Aw, that was wholesome. All right, I don't know if there's anything else I need to do besides get all the energy drinks. I don't even know where to begin with the energy drinks. Let's go back to the main dude that we need to talk to. But first, I want to talk to this dude. Not again. Anything cool up here that I might have missed? Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay. Okay, and they're just up on that building over there. Okie dokie. I wonder if you're supposed to find something broken since Elliot offered repairs in exchange for the poncho. Probably. I'm sure I am. I'm sure I am. I just saw some stuff fade in. I know that there's this relic. I need to get 3 energy drink cans, though.
Your reminder that you are all awesome and loved. That's very sweet. Thank you.
I'm gonna go talk to Momo first. Oh, fuck. No, I don't wanna... I didn't wanna go down. I'm gonna talk to Momo first and just not advance the plot beyond leaving. I just want to talk to them first, and then I'll see what I can do about the energy drinks and whatever needs to be fixed. You still looking for those useless notebooks? I never quite understood what he was talking about most of the time, but he was very wise. Oh, it belongs to Doc. He was really a huge nerd for electronics and stuff. He was always on the verge of a great discovery. Wait, you actually found all of my friends' notebooks? Oh, what's that note? The transceiver can be repaired? This is incredible. That means we should be able to communicate outside of the slums. I'm sorry I doubted our cause. I'll promise you. I will find a way to reach the surface. We might be able to find you a way up. Now let's fix this piece of junk transceiver. Well, I know how to fix it, unless he's just gonna fix it. It works! Come with me. See that building high above the others? If you install the transceiver at the very top of that tower, we should be able to communicate with the whole city. My friends might still be out there. If there is a way out, they'll know it. You're the only one small and quick enough to evade the Zerks. We need you, little outsider. Bring us to the sky. Okay. So this isn't the point. This isn't the point. Oh, I can't even go back. There we go. Now I'm back. Let's go into that fridge. Nothing that I can grab right now. Once I'm over there, I think I can come back. I reckon this isn't like the end of being in this area.
remember. The city is full of neon. It wasn't always this way. There used to be strict energy caps, especially in the slums. But people couldn't handle the constant darkness. One day, someone lit up rainbow lamps, neon signs all over their house. That person was taken away and never seen again. But people saw hope, and not long after, everyone started putting lots of lights in their homes. There was nothing the oppressors could do. It was a way for people to see colors again, like on the outside. I think it helped. All right, I see what I'm supposed to do. Okay, there's nothing really over there. I gotta jump on this again. Anything over here? It's a lot of like viscera though. Oh, fuck. My friends! What platform am I playing this on? Just on my computer, just on Steam. I have it on PS5 as well, but I'm playing it on Steam so I can use the mod to play as a cat that looks like our cat Cricket. God, that is brutal. Man, I do love the environments in this game. They are really good. Dick Planet, what's up, Jacob? How it be? This is disgusting. Okay, let's go ahead and knock this over. Let's get right in there. Oh. Ew. Ooh. Yuck. Looks like I'm inside of a creature. Oh my goodness.
You ever play Dead Space?
Have I ever played Dead Space, or would I? You ever played? No, I haven't ever played it. Oh, God!
Get the fuck up there, Cricket. Get out of there. Any of those critters up here? Ooh. They're all right there. Okay. I see what I must do. But first, memory. Nico Corp.
The aesthetic is very similar to this place.
I bet. They were responsible for waste management. As trash from the upper levels overloaded the slums, they tried to develop a bacteria to dissolve it all. After the humans disappeared, that bacteria mutated, growing, eating way more than trash. And now we have Zerks. Let's go.
There's one memory I appear to be missing. Oh my god, that was really bad almost.
Ha, you can't get me, ha ha ha.
Wait, did I make the wrong decision?
Oh no.
Oh shit, Rye, what's up, bud? What's up, buddy? How you doing? Okay, I can't jump up that way. How you doing, Rye? How was your stream? Okay, I know what I have to do. Okay, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Can I, oh. Okay, I got it through. Now I just need to lock them in here. Come on, I'm gonna attract all you guys back in here. All right, I think all of them are locked in. Is that a skin mod to have a different cat texture? Yeah. There's definitely not only 4, but those are the only ones that are showing up. So it'll be fine. Oh, there's those guys. The kitty looks so cute. Yeah, the cat's modeled after Cricket. We modded the game. Oh god, the health. Okay, get up there, get up there, get up there. Get up there. What is this? I'll check that out in a second. I'm gonna go over here first. Is Cricket your own cat IRL? Yeah, it's mine and Ashley's cat, mine and my girlfriend's cat. We've got a few cats, but Cricket is the only one that actually has a decent mod for them, or at least a cat breed that looks like them. Our other cat is a ragdoll, and there is a ragdoll mod, but it doesn't look as like fluffy as she actually looks in real life. Oh no, I have to face off them with them. Oh god. Oh god. All right, we're just gonna survive. We're just gonna survive. Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay, come on. Oh!
damn it! Didn't give me enough time. Oh, okay. I have to wait for it to open as well. Or do I just climb up like this? Oh, I just climb. Okay. Yeah, the music is really good. Oh my goodness. I didn't expect all that. But yeah, if you're still here, Rye, hope you had a good stream, friend. I've not been keeping up with the chat as much as I should be, because I've just kind of really been enjoying this game. Some of them fell down the pit. Doesn't surprise me. All right, anything going on here? No. What is the text here? I like the text that's just sprinkled around in this game. Here it is. Put the transceiver on this antenna. Okay. I'll put it there in a second. I just want to observe real quick. We need to put the transceiver on the antenna before we head back to the slums.
Okay, don't be so pushy. Fine, I will.
I want to thank you for the signed picture of Angel and Nugs. It's the one where you wrote in Swedish for my birthday. Oh, I remember that one. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Are we just gonna automatically go back to the slums? Look, the view. It's beautiful from here. I remember now. The city. It was meant to be a shelter. Those look like stars, but they're only lights marking the hermetic roof sealing off the city. Humankind built this shell to protect themselves from the outside. But it came at a cost. Nobody can go out. The outside was a disaster. Completely barren, unlivable, and dangerous. But if you come from there, it must mean it's safe again. And my promise wasn't just to go to the outside. It was to open the city. I still don't understand why some memories are coming back and others aren't. But I'm certain now this is my purpose. I have to open the city. Come on, let's get back and find Momo. Now that we've connected the transmitter, we should be able to get help. There's not anything else I need to do up here, is there? Not like anything special. There's no memories up here. Look at them all down there. Those things are freaky. All right. Let's get back to the city, to the slums. Oh, okay, it's gonna fade because it's not all loaded procedurally or at the same time. The Slums, Part 2. Look, a note. Little outsider, if you're reading this, that means you're still alive. Excellent. I took some equipment to the bar to take advantage of their antenna. Come meet me there. I've locked the window, but the code to open it is quite simple. It is... Oh, Jesus Christ. Be careful, it is case sensitive. No! See you at the bar. That must be the code for the window near the entrance. Let's go. It's case sensitive. That's the worst. Dude, VLC Media Player. Let's go! Can I grab anything from the fridge? No, I can't grab anything from inside the fridge. That would have been pretty cool. Somebody write down that code, quick. Also, I'm glad that people found Angel to be a very good comfort character because of my voice and other things. I'm glad. I hope that the new voice will give you just as much comfort. Wait. Stop. What is this code? Use B12? What's this? Here's the lock for the window. Oh. Gotta get in the bucket. My friend and I love tossing buckets at each other. Good, clean fun. Our downstairs neighbor disagrees, so we're taking a break for now. Ha! Good, clean fun. Yeah, that's what you can call it. I love the weather right now. Okay. Okay, before I go to the bar, I want to see if anything has changed. If I can get more energy drinks. Cannot get energy drinks from in here. Anywhere else? Is there anywhere else I could get energy drinks? Man, what weather? For real, there's no weather. Also, goodness, a lot of first-time chatters here. Hello. Hope you guys are having an all right time. Time to destroy this couch. I just found out recently that there's so there's another project I voice in called Blush Blush, and alternatively another game called Hush Hush that takes place in the same universe. Where I voice a character named Eli, who's a very sassy, they're a very sassy character. They talk like this. They're very hyper and energetic. They're very much, they're pansexual, and they are also gender fluid, as they appear in the video game Hush Hush. In Blush Blush, it kind of came across like there wasn't really much info about Eli. It was mostly just they're very gay and sassy, but we found out that they're actually pan and they are gender fluid, which is cool. And I found out that there's other characters in the game Blush Blush because it's like a cookie clicker kind of game, where if you go to a character and then you shift to another character, they'll talk about the character you were just talking to. And there's a character who's a demon, who's canonically in that universe supposed to be a demon from hell. And if you talk to me and then you talk to them, they mention Eli and are like, That guy reminds me of a certain spider demon I know from somewhere. And I just found that out the other day. It's really funny that they like included that little reference to Has-Been. Just because I voiced both, they were like, let's include that little reference. I thought that was funny. I couldn't find a clip of it online. I have the game, but I don't have all of the characters unlocked or DLC. So I can't really check. But I found out, and that's really cool. Don't mind me. What was the name of the game? Hush Hush? There's Hush Hush, which is the new game, but there's Blush Blush, which is the game where that reference actually is. I'm gonna pause for a second. I'm gonna find the energy drink locations. Okay. I need to find 2 energy drinks. So let me go do that real quick. So let me start from the beginning. Let's start from the entrance area, just in case. So let's start from here. Oh, wait. No, it's not here. I did not mean to climb. I didn't mean to climb. No. No, I don't want to climb. No, I don't want to climb. I want to go down. That's what I want. Yeah, I want to go down. I didn't want to talk to you yet. I'm not following you. I'll go in there later. Okay, so there's an energy drink somewhere that I need to find. Very close to where you regain control in the slums when facing the garage, next to the Guardian with the imitating robots. Go down the stairs, past the gardener, to the area near the entrance with the sewers. That's not here, right? I might have already collected it here. I already collected the one there. Okay. There's a few more. Okay, I think I found the next 2 that I need to get. Baja Blast. Oh yeah, going down is climbing. I know it is, but I didn't want to go up. Subtle nods to other IPs like that are so sweet. I agree. One of the vending machines is in a really annoying spot. I can see that. I'm looking at the guide, and I see that it is. Okay, I think I see where it is. Okay, so I need to go down over here. It's right here. There's one of them. Okay. And the next one... The next one is in a very interesting location. I think I actually can get there from here. Or not. Find the narrow alleyway between Super Spirit Laundry and Grandma Clothing, where a robot named Rosie is sat watching TV at the bottom of some steps. Robot named Rosie. Before I do that, I'm going to be right back one more time. BRB. I'm going to play some music in the meantime.
Okay, I'm back. What's up? You found the Blush Blush clip? Yeah, go ahead and play it. Or if you have a link to it. I don't know if I have links enabled or not. Did you send it to me? I think that you could send it to me as a message. Oh, the link doesn't work on Twitch. Yeah, it just shows us dots. If you want to send it to me as a message, I think that you can do that. And I can post it, and I'll play it on stream. Yeah, you should be able to DM me, I think, on Twitch. I think I have that enabled. Let's see. Let's see if it works. Trying to figure out how. Here, I'll message you. Or wait, yeah, how do you message people? You used to be able to just DM people, I think. Maybe they changed it. Maybe they changed the way it works. It's a whisper. You should be able to whisper it to me, yeah. Or I could enable links for a second. That way you can post it. Let me do that. Let me enable links for like a second. You figured it out? Doesn't say I received a message. Oh, there it is. Figured it out. Okay, let me go ahead and find the clip.
There's something about...
I found it. Okay, here. I'll go ahead and play it for you guys. Let me just do this real quick. Here. All right. You should be able to see and hear it.
That could be forkin' hilarious! There's something about that Eli fellow. He reminds me of a fabulous spider demon I met down in hell. Think he'll be freaked out if I tell him? Now that I...
Yep. That's the line. There it is. And I know the voice actor. That guy's, he's Patrick Mealy. He's a wholesome dude. I've worked with him on a few things. He's a cool guy. Is this Blush Blush? Yeah, this is Blush Blush. There's a character that's a demon that says that my character reminds them of a spider demon they met in hell. It's really funny.
Fabulous spider demon I met down in hell. Think he'll be freaked out if I tell him?
That's really funny. I love that. It's really wholesome. All right. Now hold on, let me double check where it said the other vending machine was. They said it was in a kind of annoying location. Find a narrow alleyway between Super Spirit Laundry and Grandma Clothing. Let me do that real quick. There they are, watching TV. There it is. Let's get our energy drink. Is Blush Blush a porn game? It can be if you get the DLC to make it one. It doesn't have to be. Same with Hush Hush. Hush Hush doesn't have to be a porn game, but it can be if you get the DLC and choose to make it one. I'm in both Blush Blush and Hush Hush, and in both games, there's like some spicy material for Eli. In Blush Blush, there's just like some sexy lines that you can get and some imagery. In Hush Hush, it's a little more. I had to record some stuff, so it's a little more. It's a little more than that. In Hush Hush, it's a little explicit in Hush Hush. This is an early model of a companion. Back then, they didn't have any personality. They were just glorified autonomous cleaners. I think it's nice that they eventually mimicked humans. It's like they missed them. And in a way, they kind of kept them from going extinct. They're good robots. There we go. Do you feel embarrassment or confident when voicing more 18+ content? I mean, I'm not really embarrassed voicing for it. It's kind of funny. I'm pretty ace, so like, the thing is like I'm actually just more indifferent to it. Like, I'm comfortable voicing that stuff. It's, if anything, it's hard for me to take it seriously because I end up kind of laughing at it, thinking it's funny. Because it's just so different than what I'm used to doing. But I enjoy doing it. It's fun. I'm in a few 18+ things as a voice actor. Am I excited for more murder drones? I really am. I'm super excited for more murder drones. Let me see if I can get this thing working. What the fuck is that face? I've almost got it. Hi there, Face here. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello, yes, we can hear you. We are here from the slums. We're looking for a way out and... Wait, is that you, Zabaltazar? Momo? I can't believe it. I'm so happy to hear your voice, Zabaltazar. Where are you? Are the others okay? Yes, we are safe. We found a way up. Hello, do you still hear me? You have to go through the sewers to reach us. Very dangerous. Zerks everywhere. Sewers? How? Hello? Darn it, we've lost the signal. I can't believe it. Zabaltazar still is alive. He and the other outsiders managed to go up through the sewers. The sewers are the most dangerous place in the slums, but if Zabaltazar made it, there must be a way.
You'll never get past the sewers. It's infested with Zerks. We'll make a quick meal out of you. Especially you, little one. Many tried their luck in the past. It doesn't end well. Anyway, I warned you. Your business is none of my business. Seamus. His father, Doc, used to be a great scientist. He was working on some new weapon to fight the Zerks. A few years ago, he went off to test the device and never came back. Seamus has never been the same since.
Don't listen to Seamus. He's just scared like I was. If Doc built a weapon, that's our ticket to join the Outsiders. In his notebook, Doc mentioned a secret lab a few times. That must be where he was working on it. There might be a clue in Seamus's apartment. Come on, follow me. Have you ever tried a David Cross impression? I don't actually know what they sound like. Or don't remember, more or less.
What is this? Jacob, employee. Oh, I already read that, yeah. Oh, Crane from Kung Fu Panda? I know Crane. Let me translate this first. Announcement. I'm looking for any sheet music. Oh, I already did that, yeah.
Come on, Seamus, open the door. You know your father would have wanted to help us. Well, that was to be expected. This situation is pretty tough on Seamus. He doesn't want to hear about the outsiders anymore. He won't help me. But you, I think I have an idea. Here, take Doc's notebook and show it to Seamus. It contains a lot of information that will hopefully act as an electroshock. Find the secret lab, little outsider. I'm going back to the bar to try to reestablish communication with the others.
All right.
What are you doing in here? I told you. Getting through the sewers is a suicide mission. Leave me be. What's this? Wait, is this my papas? Oh, wow. I never knew. There's a secret room here in our flat? But where?
Time to figure it out. This isn't a very big flat, so I mean, I can't imagine. Oh, are you fucking serious? It's pretty obvious where the secret room is. It's pretty fucking obvious where a secret room is. There's a vent. There's this vent, but that just leads outside. Maybe there are clues hidden around somewhere. Use digicode. Time will tell. Why does the clock go up to 16? The way they handle time is so weird. You guys don't have to give me the answer. I can see the clocks. I see that it's 2511. I'm just like, why does it go up to 16? Yeah, no back seat unless I ask for help. I don't mind little minor, like, help if I'm really, really, really having trouble. Like, if it's just to the point where it's like, come on, you could do this. But yeah.
I've never seen this room. I can't believe he managed to hide it from me all this time. These blueprints, they must be for his Zerk weapon. Papa was always so secretive about his work. He told me the weapon was working in theory, but it needed a real-life test. He went outside the slums, and he never came back.
Zerk are officially no longer under control. Now they eat metal. Defluxer blueprint. Concept. Oh, fuck. Light-based handgun. Low priority. Visual appearance, size, and decibel emitted. High priority. Test in real condition. Objective 20 Zerk destroyed per second. Am I about to get a weapon? I'm about to get a weapon, aren't I?
Find anything interesting in here? Wait, I remember that. That's his tracker. Papa always used that tracker to keep an eye on where I was. Maybe we can reverse it to find where he went. I can't believe my Papa might still be alive. Oh, I've missed him so much. You need a weapon for the Zerks, right? My Papa definitely took one with him. You just need to repair the tracker so we can find him. Someone in the slums should be able to help. Come with me. I'll open the door for you.
I know, I'm so excited for Squirrel with a Gun. I'm actually so excited for that game. Damn, the door just phased through me. I know where to get help. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. There we go.
Hey you, can you help me? Can you give me a hand?
Oh wow, that's great.
Oh wow, that's great that's a great tracker. I recognize this model. It's a Tohima BR2000. You can track anyone with this little gadget. May I? Let me take a look. Just gotta give it an update and one more thing and voila! There you go, little one. Good luck finding who you are looking for.
Thanks again for the poncho. Come back anytime. By the way, do I look pale to you? God. Squirrel with the Gun looks awesome, though. Alright. Alright, buddy, I got my thing. I'm really struggling to get the connection back. Did you find anything interesting at Seamus's? Sorry, I don't know how to use that. Bruh. Do I need to go back to Seamus? Let's go back to Seamus. That might be what I need to do. Did you manage to fix that tracker? You did it! You fixed it! Well done. Give it here.
We got a ping! Is Papa really alive? I can't believe it. Let's follow the tracker. Maybe we'll find where my Papa went.
It's Seamus? Oh my god. I am sorry for pronouncing it as Seamus. I've never had to pronounce that name before. Seamus. Seamus on me. Of course it's this door. If I go through this door, I can't come back, I'm pretty sure. Is it already too late? Did I already like... Okay, I don't think it's too late. This is definitely not ominous.
Look at all...
Seamus.
Look at all these Zerk eggs. They will eat us. I can't do this. I'm not as fast as you. The Zerks will get me for sure. Here, take this badge. My Papa will recognize it. He will know that you're a friend. I'll open the door for you.
Is there anything in here that I should look at before I go? No, doesn't look like it. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll come back. All right. Where's these Zerks at? Memory.
Look at how huge this wall is. I remember. It was a symbol of the division between those in the slums and in Midtown. I can't read that. In fact, they kept all their garbage down here. Oh, I can't read this!
I tried turning the camera. It didn't work. Dead end. I did try turning the camera. I used the right analog stick and everything and it didn't work. Anything over here? Am I gonna kill myself going over this way? Oh, damn. All right, killed myself going over this way. Yep. Yeah, already got that. 8 lives left. Is there actually like a lives counter in this game? Run and don't look back. Okay. I won't even bother going in any other direction then. Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness. That was cool.
Are you okay? That was a huge fall. Doc should be nearby. We must be close.
Oh, man, I'm limping. Gotta groom myself. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Gotta pop off now. All right, Jay, you have a good one.
The scientist I used to work for always said he wanted to retire to a little cottage, fishing all day long. Of course, that was not a possibility in the city, and nobody could have done that for, well, at least 100 years. When we get to the outside, what if we found ourselves a little cottage with a harmless fishing rod and a lot of books? I think that's what the scientist would have wanted. But first, we should go find Doc.
We're doing pretty good with getting all the memories. Okay, can't go up. Oh, couldn't go up there. This place is fucking ugly. All right. Gotta find... Gee, I gotta find Doc. Let's go find Doc. There. You think I might have just got the reference about Seamus? Maybe. I mean, I knew that he was wearing like the life jacket or the life preserver, just like Marty McFly. Uncle Seamus. And the rainbowy-ish hat. Yeah. Okay. Nothing really over here, so let's just go in here, I guess. Bruh. There's a knife up here. Why would you just leave a knife up here? All right, what's down here? Oh.
Ah, jeez! Marty! Whoa! Wait, you're not a Zerk! Who are you? That's my badge you're wearing! How did you find it? Did my son send you? Oh, Seamus, you clever boy. I've been alone here for ages. I came here to text my defluxer, but it didn't go as planned. I wish I could go back home. I miss my son dearly. You can have a look around the house if you want, but I have no idea how to escape this place.
Let's remember.
I've seen humans wear costumes like this. They were small and running around and making lots of noise. Oh yes, I remember now. They were children. The streets felt much more alive with them. Even with the difficulty they brought, the adults seemed to love them very much. Doc says he misses Seamus. Is that the same thing?
The robot is supposed to look like Doc Brown from Back to the Future. But yeah, Rick from Rick and Morty is based on Doc Brown, so that's a fair thing. That's fair to say.
Hey, be careful with that defluxer. At full charge, it can explode Zerks like confetti. This baby needs 1.21 gigawatts to work. Fuck. And the only thing around here with that kind of juice is the generator outside the house. The problem is that it won't start. I think a fuse blew. And with all the Zerks around, it's too dangerous for me to go out and fix it. I'm not fast enough, but you just might be. If you can reach the generator and replace the fuse, I should be able to get the defluxer charged. Come on, follow me. I'll show you what to do.
1.21 gigawatts. You gotta go to bed. All right, Zal, thanks for stopping by. Okay, it's not outside this way, right? Yeah, it's upside up here. All right, let's go upstairs.
Here, take this fuse. It's brand new. Turning on the generator will be loud, so expect some Zerks. Once you fix the generator, I should be able to charge and kickstart the defluxer. You just need to follow this cable, change the fuse, then meet me back here. Best of luck.
All right. Time to try not to die. Are they all coming? Oh, they're all coming. supposed to lead them over here, that way he can get shot, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I think he got them all. So let me go see him now.
Amazing! You got the generator back on! Have you seen how powerful the defluxer is? It's definitely our way out of here! Wait a minute. I might be able to mount this defluxer to your drone.
Oh, please. Give me a weapon. New and improved.
It worked! The defluxer is now installed on your fancy drone there. It's not meant to run off such a small power source. If you use it too much, it could malfunction. Just remember, it's dangerous. Now, let's go back to the village. I'm coming home, son!
The Dying Rose. Redeemed BRB.
Check my Instagram. Okay, I'll count that as the BRB. I don't ever check my Instagram. That's the issue. I never check Instagram. Was it something I was tagged in, or is it a D? Oh, it's a tag. Okay, let me take a look. It's a tag. I drew these kitties while listening to an awesome stream tonight. Thanks for the inspiration, Mike. Aw, that's very sweet. Look at those cute little kitties. They turned out very cute. Here, I'll show them on stream. Here. Let me show everybody the kitties. Here, these are the kitties. Cute little kitties. They turned out adorable. Awesome job, the Dying Rose. All right. And that was the BRB, was to take a look at that. Okay. Go ahead and get back to it. Let's save Doc Brown. Oh, shit. Oh, I forgot. They're inside of that. Oh, he's gonna have to teach me how to use it. Oh, I see.
Wow, it's working great! But as I suspected, it can overheat. Let it cool for a bit when that happens. I hope it will last until we reach the village.
Gotta save Doc. I'm gonna change my voice for Seamus to be Marty. All right. You convinced your friend to watch Murder Drones? Heck yeah, Buttons.
This switch doesn't work. It looks like the electricity has been cut.
All right, then that means I gotta be able to fix it. Unless you've got a bright idea.
There must be a way to open that door.
Okay, yeah, so it's me, it's on me. Let's figure it out. I see that I can go up there. So, I see the solution.
You're thinking about drawing Kobe Cat next? Go for it. Do what your heart desires. Oh shit. Damn.
That was close. Let's go back home.
Boy, do we love... What do we love these kinds of missions, right? Alright, are we safe? Hello, KoVox. Hello, Coolio.
He's back.
Aw. Aw, the little heart. Aw, that's wholesome.
Thanks for saving Doc, little friend. It's great to see that Seamus is no longer alone. Now we know that we can fight back against the Zerks. Momo has been waiting for you by the sewers.
Doc and Seamus look happy. I think we did a good thing together.
Hi, Teddy. What's up, Rosie? Oh, Billy. Do you know my son, Seamus? It's thanks to him that I came back from that damn place.
Yeah, sure. I'm so happy he's back.
I don't know how to do a Marty McFly voice. You got anything else, Barter Man? Or did I already get everything from you? Sorry, I don't have anything to exchange right now. It's all good. Did I do everything in this area? I did all the music. I did all the music. I got the 2 chests that I think were in here. I got the sweater. I fixed the thing. I did the thing here with the grandma that knits me the little thing. I think I did everything. What's my memory bar look like? It looks great. From what I can tell, it looks like it's
It looks like it's pretty much there. It's looking full. I mean, not all the way, but like it's looking like it's probably got everything from this area. Yeah, I think I'm finished with this area. I think I'm done. Momo's waiting for you on his boat. You can join him, but have you done everything you wanted in here? Because I'll close the door behind you. I don't want any Zerks coming through. Let me check and make sure that I did absolutely everything. Oh my fucking god. Hold on. I've got a few things I need to do while I'm in the city, I think. I've got a few things I need to do. I'm looking at all the trophies. So I'm gonna have to do this game a second time just to get everything. But if I'm gonna go for 100% completionist for my first run, for the most part, let's see. I've got to complete the sewers without killing any Zerks. I'll do that on this run. I will do that on this run. What else do I got to do? Wear the paper bag. Already did that. Nuzzle up against 5 robots. I believe I nuzzled up on every robot I could in this area. Let's see. Browse through all the channels on the TV. I sure did that. I think I did most. I didn't. Wait, did I do missed jump? I think I got missed jump. Let me check my trophies real quick. Let me check which trophies I got for Stray. I did get missed jump. Okay. I didn't dunk the basketball. I don't know if that's something I can go back to do, but I didn't dunk the basketball. And if I can't do that on this run, I'll do that the next run. All right, I think we're good. What's this? The bag. Let's go through here with the bag. Aw, oh, damn it. I lost the bag. Any memories over here before I leave? Oh, it's looking... Am I gonna 100% this? Fuck yeah, I am. I'm gonna 100% this game. Why do you think I'm still in the first area after like 5 hours, 6 hours? I would be done with the game by now if I didn't really care.
I can't believe you found Doc and got the defluxer. With this, now we can go find Zabaltazar and let's go. Okay, we're gonna do this without killing a single one. We're not gonna kill a single Zerk. I'm gonna play for a while, just as long as I feel like it. If I feel like stopping, I'll stop, but I'm feeling good and I wanna complete this game. I think I might do it tonight. I think I might just keep playing tonight. I'm just really liking this game. This place is creepy. That's all you gotta say? You're gonna go get some sleep. All right, the joystick of ACB. Have fun. I don't want to see your hat. Bro, you're going a little nuts.
I'm glad I have night shift sleep schedule so I can stay up at 2 in the morning where I am.
Hey, I get that. My sleep schedule is trash. Oh no! Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Abort. I'm going pacifist. I'm not gonna use the weapon. Oh shit. What do I do? All right. Can't kill a single one of them. We're going pacifist. This is a very, like, I love the aesthetic. What are those even, larva rats? They're like, they're these weird, like, creatures that were genetically modified. Sleep? Nah, KoVox stream. Well, she... Bruh. It broke. Oh, this old machinery is broken now. I think we can only open it manually.
Well, I sure hope no Zerks attack you, because I'm not killing them. Oh, I've got to go on the other side, don't I? Oh, okay, I've got to jump below the door. I can't go on with you. I won't stop looking for a way. When you find Zabaltazar and Clementine, tell them I was brave. My God. This is fucking disgusting. Jesus Christ. This area looks clean. Alright. No time like the present. Well. Oh, shit! I am dead. Oh, I'm not dead. Well, it's fine if I die. I still need to get that achievement for... If I die, it's fine. Okay, I gotta do this without killing a single one. What am I even supposed to be looking for? That's what's confusing me. I don't know what I'm looking for. I am doing my best. Is this all I was supposed to do? No, wait. I think I went in there. Oh yeah, no, I was supposed to go in there. Okay. So there's something in here I'm supposed to have. I don't know what it is. Well, now I'm dead. It's fine. You enjoyed being called Buttons? Well, I'm too lazy to say Buttons for I-09, so Buttons will have to do. Oh, that's literally all I had to do. Oh shit! Get out! Get away! Holy shit, I don't like that. Those eyes. I do not like, nope, not a fan. Not a big fan. Not a fan of those eyes. Nuh-uh. No. I'm not the biggest fan of that. Nah. Nuh-uh. Get out of here. No, I'm done. I'm getting out. Oh, I'm fucking off. That's it. Hell no. The music ramped up. When music ramps up like that, it makes me think something's going on.
Don't like them peepers.
Oh, I really don't like them peepers. No. No, them peepers freak me the fuck out. Oh, they need to stop peeping. Oh, stop peeping now. Oh, them peepers. Them eyeballs. All right. I'm about to... Okay, let's go this way. Okay. Okie dokie. Oakley dokley. What else you got to throw at me, game? What we got? What do we got? Oh! Oh! The ambience in this room, these eyes, the music. Fuck this. Oh, what the fuck? This is a big fucking platform. I fucking, oh, I hate this. Oh, I hate this. All right, what do you got for me? What do you got for me? B12, what are you gonna do? That's a big eye. Oh, this cat. You got the right idea, cat.
I know, this is supposed to be a pacifist run.
Oh, they're broken now. Okay, so now the whole idea is that I have to escape while I can't use them. Well, it's fine, I've not been using them the whole time.
All right, come on. Come on. Hey! Pacifist, got it! There you go. It was dark. I was alone. It felt like I was back in the network. But you saved me. Thank you, friend. Drawing that much power was rough on my core. The defluxor is completely destroyed now. We'll have to be careful.
Well, she.
All right. Let's do it. No, I was safe in here. I was safe in this room. I was safe in here. This is my safe space. I'm safe here. I'm not leaving. No. But I have to. But I have to leave. I have no choice. All right, let's go. Wait, is there anything on this side? No, okay. Hey, there we go. There's a person. A traveler from the sewers. We haven't seen one of you in ages. Are you the one who contacted us earlier? The little outsider? Balthazar the outsider has been expecting you. He's meditating at the top of our village. All right, well. This is giving me some Nier Automata vibes. This is giving me the vibes of that tree from Nier Automata, if anybody here has played that game. Do I have any tattoos? No, I don't have any tattoos. Wait, MJ Sensei, I asked before the chat was going 50 messages a second, but hypothetically speaking, how much would I have to pay you to say one of Angel Dust's lines, but in the voice used for Huggy for the Enchanted Mob shorts? I mean, shit. You've got my attention now. You could just ask me to say a line and I'll say it. It doesn't really matter. I could say it. What's the line? If it's got a swear word, I'm gonna substitute it for another word. I don't think I'm allowed to swear using those characters, but I will substitute the swear word for another word if it's one that has a swear. This machine. The scientist I assisted used one of these. He was sick. This was his last hope. He walked into the machine.
Ouch! Ooh, such an insult. Why don't you come up with something creative to call me, you sack of poorly packaged horse poop? Tell the missus I said hi. Schnookums.
There you go. You're crying.
Oh gosh! Ah!
That voice is a fun one to do because it's very like
Therodian! Ah!
It's a fun one to do. I like doing that voice.
But I wasn't with him. He was alone. What was he doing?
It is very Patrick Starry. When they asked me to voice Huggy for their like shorts, they specifically said they wanted it to sound like a clown bard, and they gave me like a voice reference, and I listened to it. It didn't necessarily sound Patrick Star-like, but like I wanted to make it a bit goofier than the reference they gave me, so I kind of did a voice that, in retrospect, without really thinking about it, kind of sounded like Patrick, and just made it like even goofier and more like silly. Am I also playing Fantokyo?
Yes, I'm still playing Fantokyo in Billy Bus Stop.
And there's also a character named Percy in Billy Bus Stop that is like a big cat that I'm also voicing. We actually haven't really finalized the voice yet. It could change. Right now, the voice is very similar to like Serial Designation N in Murder Drones. But who knows? I might actually see if I can lighten it up a little bit. He might actually sound a little more like this in the final product, where it's a little more tightened. He might sound a little more tightened. I don't know. We'll see what they want to do. He uploaded himself into the computer and then everything was different. But the upload, something went wrong. He was stuck for hundreds of years until a little cat appeared. A little cat? Wait, was it? It was me. It was me. I was the scientist. What? I was human. I need a moment. Jesus Christ. That's quite a thing to realize. So he was a person. That robot with me was a person the whole time. Is this Zalbazar?
I'm sorry, I need a moment. I don't feel like talking right now.
That's okay. Well, if you don't feel like talking, then I can't talk to anybody. I voiced like 3 of your comfort characters. That's funny.
What else have I forgotten? I must have had parents, friends. What happened to everyone? I wanted to open the city, but is there even anyone left to save?
I guess we'll find out if everyone was turned into robots. We'll see. Angel Dust, E-Mob, Huggy, and Darly Boxman. You also voice one of my friends' comfort characters, Rich. It's funny, I voice a bunch of characters that people consider comfort characters. There's Angel Dust. E-Mob Huggy is a new one. That's a new one. But I think like it'd be better to probably call it like Zam Huggy rather than E-Mob Huggy, because they're the Zamination cartoons. Like E-Mob is still Mob Games, and to my knowledge, I don't voice Huggy in the games at all. Like they had the cardboard cutout that was voiced by one of the Predatio brothers. But yeah, I think it'd be like Zam Huggy would make more sense because it's the Zamination shorts. But yeah, like there's Angel Dust, Darly Boxman for a few people. They like him a lot. A lot of people like N from Murder Drones.
people like Eli from Blush Blush and Hush Hush. Could I get you to say something in Rich's voice?
Rich was the guy that sounds like this, right? Where he's just very much like, I've had it working for this fucking company. Jesus Christ, this company's a shithole.
I think that's Rich, right? Yeah. I could say something as Rich. I would say I shouldn't swear, but I already did, not really thinking about it, so oopsie. What is this? Oh, look at all those faces.
Hi there, Face here. From Nick Jr. Bum, bum, bum. Hey, don't you know not to interrupt a fellow during his transcendental meditation? Oh, it's you. You were with Momo when we received that call early.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like SMG0 from the SMG4 channel, if you guys watch that at all. Sounds like that character now that I'm thinking about it.
I'm glad to meet you at last. Little outsider. You know Momo and Doc, so you're already familiar with us outsiders. I miss them. Their memory brings me peace.
You'd like to see more of me as Darlie Boxman? Goose did say a while ago that they had a Darlie Boxman sequel they were working on, and I may or may not have recorded for it, so I mean, who knows? They're a little busy with a lot of stuff though, but I may or may not have recorded for another Darlie Boxman cartoon. I'll keep it at that. I'll keep it at that. Have I seen OKKO? No, I haven't seen OKKO. I keep saying Boxman and it reminds you of that show. Yeah, I know that like that's, when I looked up Darlie Boxman, I think I got a few people saying that it reminded them of that character. You're gonna call it here, Vanilla Beam? That's all good. Have a good night. Oh, also, you wanted me to say something as Rich, just...
Hi, Cal. Nice to see you. Good to see an actual person that I like outside of this. Yeah, I don't like any of these jackoffs here at this company. This place sucks. Whatever.
There's a little line for Rich for you.
Momo stayed in the slums. I heard you helped find Doc. And Clementine. She's in Midtown right now. If you still want to see the outside, she's the one who can get you there. Apparently, she had some kind of plan to leave the city. Here, take this. I wrote her address on the back of this picture. To reach Midtown, climb up our little village. It should be easy for a dexterous one like you. If you manage to reach the outside, you will be the very first. I wish you good luck, but you don't need it. I believe in you.
Any plans to stream more in the future? Obviously, I want to stream more. I'd love to stream more. I'm sorry for shutting down earlier. I'm human. Probably the last in the world. Now look what's left of me. So much has come back to me. How much have I forgotten? Maybe if we find Clementine, we can restore my memories and get you back home at the same time. We can go back down and find out more from the companions, or head onward to Midtown. I want to meet these guys. This food is actually horrible, but it's the only thing around. I'll have to unscrew my front casing if I keep eating this trash. People call me the tin chef. I specialize in upcycling leftovers. Today's special, ramen J45 with my secret ingredient. What is your secret ingredient? You gotta go? All right, good night, Fluffy. You'd love a Hey Buttons as Angel?
Hey, Buttons. You keeping it buttoned up or buttoned down?
Sorry, everything is a sex joke to Angel. Let's go talk to some of these people. Who are you? Oh, hello there. It's been so long since we've had a visitor. Well, except for those damn Zerks, of course. Imagine if we could harness their power. Having them run in a wheel or something. Such wasted potential.
When I grow up, I want to be great like Aunt Clementine. I wanted to explore like she did, but the grown-ups forbade us from leaving Ant Village.
Did you know there are more than 900 shades of white paint? Don't tell anyone, but I'm creating my own shade of paint. I'm calling it garbage brown. Ha! Oh yeah, the re-announcement for Dead Island 2. I saw that. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know much about Dead Island, and it didn't really pique my interest. When I saw that it was a game that people have been waiting for a long time, and I saw the inside of like the room and like the town and the character, my first thought was, oh my fucking god, Grand Theft Auto 6. And then it showed Dead Island and zombies, and I was just like, oh, I immediately don't fucking care anymore. That's what went through my head. Is I was like, Grand Theft Auto 6? Oh, never mind, I don't care. That's what went through my mind. But I'm glad that people are finally getting Dead Island 2. It does look pretty brutal.
May is in her deconstructivist period, so she says. I'm sure she'll become a great artist. If only she could practice elsewhere.
Yo, there's Dream!
I do love the smell of fresh paint. It reminds me of, oh wait, I can't smell anything. How sad.
Oh, now they're sad! Aw.
Statistically, I should have won at least 8 times.
9,536 games, 1-6. Don't tell anybody I'm actually programmed to win this game. Oh, goodness. Expecting GTA 6, think again.
Electric Zerk everywhere.
Let's remember. This language, the companion robots made it up from scratch. How impressive. I remember it happening when I was in the network. I don't know when exactly, but at one time, all the communication started to switch to these symbols. I was stuck in a computer and alone for a long time. So I translated every symbol and word one by one until I was able to understand everything. Now that I'm out and I know their language, I'm curious to hear all they have to say. I missed 2? I missed 2 of them? Where did I miss 2 of them? Oh, do I have to go? Am I? Oh no, I'm probably locked out of getting them, aren't I? Damn it! Shit. Fudge. Well, that sucks. I wish that you could do save states or something. I would have done a save state a while ago, but all you can do is reload the last checkpoint. Damn it. Oh, I fell. Ah, damn it. Now I'm a little peeved off. I wanted to get those memories. Oh, I thought you were gonna say something. Also, hey, what's up, spaced out flowers? I just gotta climb. What if I don't want to? Let me talk to you again. Okay. Yeah, I can't go back. That sucks. Let me check something real quick. 1 second. God, yeah, there's 2 in the sewer that I missed. Damn it. I can't just like I can't just like go back to the sewer. Well, I guess I have to commit to beating the game then, and then I'll have to figure it out again, I guess. That sucks. I usually like to do it on the first go. That stinks. How's it going here? It's going okay. I'm a stupid completionist for video games and I missed like 2 things. I don't think I can do the chapter select until I beat the game, can I? Here, let's see where the last checkpoint is. Oh, I can just do that. Okay. Oh, thank God. Okay, good. This is how... Well, we're doing the sewers again. I hope you don't mind. We're doing the sewers again. We're going back through the sewers. I gotta get those memories. We're doing it again. We're going for it again. Yeah, now that I got the trophy, it doesn't matter. You know, yeah. Good mentality. You gotta head off to bed. That's all good.
Yay, more peepers.
I'm getting hungry again, but I want something that won't disturb my stomach too much. How much money do I have on my account? Let me check. Might order some food. I got enough. All right, let's go ahead and order some food. I want... What's open? What's open that's good? What's open that's good? Wendy's is still open. What? You looking to finish this game tonight? Honestly, I've already gotten this far. I mean, I might as well. I think I'm gonna finish the game. Can't wait for more sewer eyeballs. Oh yeah. We're getting those sewer eyeballs. You know, we're gonna see some sewer eyeballs. My favorite. All right, I gotta pass on through to get this open. There we go. There were no memories over there, were there? I just want to double check. Oh, they're both after you leave Momo behind. We're good. Oh yeah, Spaced Out Flowers, you weren't here for the sewer eyeballs. Oh, you're gonna love them. You are going to love them. You're randomly playing a fishing game on Roblox while watching this stream. Hell yeah. Your parents should be home tomorrow night during one of the days they were gone to visit your grandpa, which he sadly passed away on the 18th. Aw, I'm so sorry. I'm glad that it was at least peacefully. Do it. Let's open it manually, buddy. Your Twitter is your dead name, unfortunately. You should be able to change your Twitter name. Like, is it your username or is it like your name? Because you can change both. Can't go with you. That's all good. Okay. Let me check what those two memories are. Okay, I think I know where to go.
Oh no!
Oh shit, what's up? What's up, Nimpog? How you doing? Okay, let me check something. Moni Pandas, hey! Okay. The first thing of memories in the sewers over here. I figured they would be over here, but
Let's go get this memory. The sewer system. Yes, I remember now. Clean water was scarce. The city was supplied by huge machinery that dug deep into the earth. Just like everything else, it was rationed out to sustain people during times of drought. The scientists showed me the blueprint of the water tanks. They are huge and could contain a whole building in them. All right. Okay, now I know that I don't have to worry about being a pacifist, so I'm just gonna kill everything in this room. All right. Now it's getting freaky.
Yummy eyeballs just like Gushers.
Oh yeah. They're yummy, all right. The next memory is in the room with the fucking, in the freaky room. All right, let's go to the freaky room. I'm not looking forward to it. Bro, look at them when they're closed. They're spooky. We're about to wake them up. They're conscious now. Oh. Sewer eyes, all the better to see you with. Here, you want to see my favorite room? We're about to get there. Here it is. As soon as I saw this shit, I was like, oh, fuck. Where the fuck? All right. There's some memories in this room. Let me see where they are.
Hold on, yeah. I'm gonna have to look at where this is on here. This is a tricky one, it looks like. Wait a minute, are you fucking serious? It was not even close to here. It was way back over here. It was like, it was way further back. Can I even get there? Can I even get back to where it was? I can. It's over here. This is an easy one to miss. This substance grows in all places where there are zerks. What is it made out of? It seems to pulse as though it's alive. Do you think we're inside a giant organism? It's frame-chilling. I'm just gonna complete this, just because. I'll complete it. Because it's fine. And then I'll just go about my way. Go on, boys. Be free. All right, now let's go through the freaky passageway.
Have you seen the new Lightyear movie?
Yeah, I've got a lot of opinions on it. It's the way that it tries to sell itself as if it was the movie that Andy saw growing up. It's just, no, it's written like a modern movie, and it just lacks a lot of charm. Like, I had things I liked from it. I didn't like the way they handled it. It's supposed to be the movie that Andy saw as a kid, and it's marketed to be that way. It even says in the beginning of the movie, it says, in 1995, there was a boy named Andy. This was his favorite movie. And this movie is not a movie that would be any kid's favorite movie. The way to approach it, if they wanted to make Lightyear seem like a movie that would have been Andy's favorite movie and would have come out in 1995, would have been to make it corny. Like, super corny. Make it Spaceballs level corny. Make it a funny movie with a lot of, like, weird stakes. Make Zurg be super flamboyant and extra. Like, just go all out with it. Make it a funny adventure sci-fi movie. That would have been the way to really do it. Make it feel more like Buzz Lightyear of Star Command. I know that Pixar hates that movie and show. Hates the Star Command movie and series. But, like, I feel like that's probably the more accurate way to handle Buzz, especially if it's like supposed to be the movie that sold the toy and popularized the toy. That's just my opinion. I didn't absolutely hate Lightyear.
I 100% agree.
But I thought it was mid. And it just wasn't what I was expecting. Like, there were two ways they could have taken Lightyear. Like, they could have taken it in a way where it's, you know, the movie that Andy saw. which they tried, I guess, and I think they did it badly, honestly. I don't think it's the right way to go about it. Oh yeah, and the characterization of Buzz in Toy Story 4 is atrocious. In Toy Story 4, like, okay, so in all the Toy Story movies, Buzz is kind of stupid. Like, that's nothing that we don't already know. Buzz is a little stupid in some respects, but he's not like he's not a blum, you know, he's not an idiot. He's a little stupid. He's a himbo, kind of. We'll say that he's a himbo, but he's not like a dumbass. He's just the kind that, like, maybe doesn't think first before he acts, or, like, doesn't really take in the full situation. Like, he can be smart, he can be intelligent. He's, you know, he's got those kinds of characteristics. In Toy Story 4, he's just an idiot. He's just like, what am I supposed to do? And he just presses his button. It's like, you know, secret mission from outer space. And he's like, it's a secret mission from outer space? Like, he just listens to his inner voice. It's so bad. And yeah, I did realize that he's voiced by I almost said Chris Pratt. He's voiced by Captain America. I knew that much, Chris Evans. I honestly think Chris Evans did a fine job. I'm not gonna knock Chris Evans' performance. I just think that if anything, where they went wrong was just making it the way they did. Because they could have done it in several ways. Where it was like the movie that Andy saw as a kid, where I think it should have been a lot more like fun and adventurous and like Spaceballs, where it's so stupid and silly. Or they could have made a movie that just went all in on being super serious and being a genuinely interesting sci-fi story. They could have gone into like, they could have tried to make like an Interstellar kind of movie, but they didn't. If they had made like animated Interstellar, that would have been stellar. I would have been cool with that. I would have actually been pretty cool with that idea. It wouldn't have been the Buzz Lightyear movie from what Andy saw, but it could have been a good movie, I think. I don't know. I got a lot of opinions on that movie. I just was not particularly pleased with how it turned out. Like, props to the people involved that did their best to make the movie, because like I know people on Twitter that like worked on it and were very excited about it, and hell yeah. I'm glad that they were able to work on it and they had fun and had a good time. I don't think that it turned out the way I would have wanted a Buzz Lightyear movie to turn out. Damn it, I keep like knocking off. There we go. What, thank you for what, rambling about Buzz Lightyear? Oh, for the rich voice line? Oh, is crying just as much as I am. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad that they enjoyed it. Oh. All right, let's go up to Midtown. Actually, wait, before I do that, I want to know who you are. I'm bored. Aunt Clementine used to hold oh, wait. Oh, okay, I didn't talk to these people. Who are you?
Hello, buddy. How are you? Did you know that Aunt Clementine taught us how to grow special plants that can live without sunlight? I have a huge collection of them. Do you want to see? It's still missing some colors, though. I'm missing a yellow plant, a red one, and a purple plant. If only someone small and agile could get them for me.
Wait, are all of those plants here in this area? Okay, we're on a mission. Let's go find those plants. Okay, so I gotta find 2 more plants. Also, I've got to rub against more robots. Okay. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures. I was a bell pop many cycles ago, but I've repurposed myself into a treasure hunter. Don't be fooled by the sound of it. It can be hard and gruesome, just like this arm I found. Poor fella. May he rust in peace. I love all these shopping carts. You gotta hop off for the night? All right, MJ Sensei. You have a good night. Thanks for popping in. All right, now I gotta find another tree. I doubt it's over here, but let's see. No Zerk zone. Do I look at fan art that is sent to me? Yeah, I do. If it's on Twitter, I usually check. I have a hard time remembering to check Instagram, but if I'm mentioned, you know, if people tell me to look, I usually do. Okay, so that's the red, that's the purple. Where's the yellow tree? Where's the tree that has the, I believe it's yellow? Or maybe it's another color that I just forgot. There is a trophy. There is a trophy for just laying down like this for an hour. I'm not gonna do that right now, but there is a trophy for it. So I'll probably do that after I get every other trophy. The music here is so nice. Okay, so now I need to see. Now I need to find the tree that has yellow. So it might actually be up here. Okay, it's not up here. Not from the looks of it. Where is the yellow flower?
A circle and over this.
That's the red flower. Yeah, I figured the red flower would be there. Okay. I'm watching a video. Wait, are you serious? Oh, that's why I couldn't find the yellow flowers. Oh, they're wrapped around, like, the pipes. They're not actually on a tree like the others are. Okay. No, that's my bad. I just expected it to be on a tree. It was just me being like, oh, everything else is just on its own tree. So it might just be like that. So there's the tree. I see the tree. I see the tree with the yellow flowers. Okay. That's not what I wanted. Should still be fine though, I think. No, it's not. Or is it? Yeah, there we go. All right, yellow flower obtained. Yellow flower, ketoraze. All right, let's get you your flower.
I can definitely tell her that.
All right, let's go. All right, so if I remember, I have to avoid all of the security cameras here in Midtown. I believe I remember hearing something about that. So I'm gonna be sneaky. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it through. Follow, follow me. Look, this is a subway station. I'd completely forgotten this kind of transportation existed. You could ride it anywhere in the city. People used to take it to go to work. I used to take it too. Every morning after saying goodbye to my family at home. I remember I was doing this for them, but they're gone now.
was so long ago. They wanted to see the outside, but does that even matter anymore? What happened to them? What happened to everyone?
Please sing. What do you want me to sing?
Anyway, we're near Midtown now. Let's find this Clementine. We have a picture of her. We can show it to some of the companions around here. Maybe they'll point us in the right direction.
Oh, dude, we be getting there. Let me check something real quick. Let me quit. I'm gonna check something real quick. Okay, I did get all the memories there. Yep, I got everything. All right, we good. All right.
Midtown.
Highway to the danger zone. Yep, we're here at the danger zone. Sneaky, sneaky soy sauce.
You wish I could still make the real geek joke? Me too. Those were fun.
We're skipping through. We don't need this dialogue. Not anymore.
Let's find Clementine. Let's go. That's Clementine, huh? Wow, she's standing next to the dream. All right, let's go get these memories. Anything cool over here? No. What about inside of the subway? Anything cool? Bruh, I'm not liking these. Unless, is this just wrapper? Are these wrappers or are these like, is this flesh? It's probably just like wrappers or plastic or something. But like, I don't know. Something just gave me the bad impression because of everything else in this game. I was just like, is that flesh? Let's go remember.
There are so many books here. The Turing Test Legacy, The Ethics of Artificial Intelligence. I recognize some of these. Did I have a library? I remember nothing was quite like the smell of books and the turn of a page. It was a feeling, almost like a comfort. A book was like spending time with someone.
Well, that's something. I get the feeling that Clementine, I don't know. I'm worried that Clementine might not be the great person everyone is saying they are, maybe? But I mean, who knows? It could go either way. Oh, this place looks like a shithole. All right, let's go say hi to some of these folks.
I already told you 5 times, Yosh. You can't run around like that. It's dangerous. Hey, this is the first time I've seen this kind of robot. He looks so fluffy. Oh, it's the girl displayed on this wanted screen, right? You should ask somebody else. I'm too busy with Yosh here to know anything.
Oh, wanted. Okay, maybe it's something more along the lines of... Okay. I'm seeing where this might be going. Not gonna make too many assumptions yet, though. Don't worry about trash. Don't worry about trash. Neko Corporation takes care of everything. Wow, that's good. Access to lower level is restricted due to organic life hazards. Please keep out of this area. That's a sight. Well, let's go see whoever this is over here. Do you hear that down below? That ebb, that flow. The city haunts me. It taunts me. Clementine? Yeah, I used to hang out with her. But she wanted to leave. She was a breeze, and then she flew. She's a wanted person now. And too heavy for me. Shh, you hear that? That ebb, that flow. Please leave me alone. I'm not the one you're looking for. You're looking for Clementine. I'm sure she's hiding in the residence. In the residence? What is Catwalk? What is that trophy? Oh, just reach Midtown. Okay.
One second.
Okay. I threw something and it landed in the litter box when I meant for it to land in my trash can. You got a bad feeling the robots will turn against you at some point? Who knows? It's possible. I mean, the ones up here might. There's no way for me to say yet. I haven't played this game. It's my first time. October 11th. I'm still seeing that date. Consider this. Tomorrow, if I replace my arm with another robotic arm, and then the next day, my other arm too, and then my body, and so on until I've replaced all my parts and upgraded my software, will I be the same robot you're talking to now? Probably live in the massive housing building further uptown. Do what you want with that. Okay, well. Hey, I'm off to work. See you later. Okay, nobody's actually gonna walk out of there. Okay. At NecoCorp, we work all day long to gather the waste and send it downstairs where they recycle and repurpose it. Huh. It's been a while since we had news from them. Cool picture, that one. Hey, is that an address on the back? First symbol is a street, and then there's a floor and a door number. It should be pretty easy to find. Oh. Intardasting. Very intardasting. Sorry, little one. You can't play over here. The NecoCorp factory is no place for a little fuzzball like you. If you can wait a few years, we'll open right back up. Oh, darn. Okay. I'm busy. What do you want? Everyone's looking for her. Okay. Let's talk to the shopkeep. One of those young punks. How the hell am I a young punk? The clothes look terrible. Ha! I don't even have an item to insert. Okay. I can get items to insert, though, it seems. Well, let's get out of there. Translate. To hell with the Sentinels. Long live the Outsiders. Interesting. Okay, well, let's just see what's over here. I used to own a bar. It was the... Oh my fucking god. I used to own a bar. It was the coziest place around here. Until I took a screwdriver in the knee, and it's closed now. Sojiro. That's the name of the barkeep in Persona 5. Is he dressed like Sojiro too? He might be. I actually don't know. Hold on. I can't remember what Sojiro wears. No, he's not at all. Okay. Still, I thought I saw the name and I was like, is that a reference? It could still be a reference. I have no idea. Even if this guy bums me out, he's my only customer. Try not to scare him away, please. Oh, I had to sneeze. You've been in the city below? I had a friend there, Fifi. Haven't seen him in ages. Huh. Oh, there's some small soda bottles. Okay. If they're in hiding. Let me ask this person again. Oh, that guy won't do anything for me. That's fine. Oh, okay, can't get anything from him either. That's fine. Oh my god. One of the guys said bless you, thinking it was you. That's funny. I know her. I used to see her a lot. I think she lives around here. So I was talking about leaving the city. Life is boring since the Sentinels put cameras in our residence. What do you mean you forgot your character sheet? I spent the whole week preparing this session. Oh, are they talking about D&D? Sorry, I forgot where I put it, but let's play anyway. I'll go in. I will go in that cave. Let's go. Would I consider opening up a P.O. box? I would love to, but we're moving again. So we're gonna wait to open it up until later. I got a cassette tape. All right, let's go play that cassette tape downstairs. But yeah, no, we had a P.O. box when we were up in Washington. Then we moved here, and we were under the impression we were gonna move to LA. And, you know, we're waiting until we moved to LA to get a P.O. box open. And then we decided, oh, no, we don't wanna live in California. So when we decided we were gonna move back up to Washington, we're just gonna open up a P.O. box when we get up there. What does this music sound like? Is this guy incompetent? He doesn't know how to turn it off? That's funny. So this music's just gonna keep playing in here. That's good.
What's all up here?
I haven't even bothered to explore like the city, the tops of the city yet. Let's check it out. Okay. Doesn't seem like there's much over here. Bro, this music is terrible. I want to commit some crimes. Some crimes were committed. Dude looks so rad with a glossy aluminum finish. What a waste. Yeah, that first symbol is a street, then there's a floor and a door number. Should be pretty easy to find. All right. Let's do that then. Let's take a look. It looks like the word no. So I'll just use that as my reference. The word no. I believe that was my 4th person that I've rubbed up against, so I need to do one more. Here we go, I think this is it. There we go. I just walked by near an elevator and I got yelled at by the sentinels. For years we've been told that the surface is uninhabitable. Why we just accept this fact, but why? You know what, my friend? Stay away from the sentinels. They're vicious and they got my buddy Pablo. He's in for 350 years, so be careful. But Clementine, if I were you, I would not want to find this girl. All right, well, there's the symbols. So they live up here.
What are you exactly? A quadruped making cute sounds? I like the concept. There's an address behind there. It's just here. Okay, well, let's go find the room. One, two, three. 3 green, 5 red. Okay, so it is in here. Oh, Jesus.
This room looks terrible.
Go find Clementine. I thought you were a scent. Never mind. Who are you? What do you want? Wait, so Zabaltazar finally decided to send someone? I guess you're my new recruit. You're not very big. How did you even manage the sewers? I guess you must be pretty resourceful. I've been looking for a way to the outside ever since I left Ant Village, but the Sentinels are always watching. Now that you're here, you can help. Follow me. Before I follow you, I got a few things I gotta observe. No, I want to get up there. I can just lay right here. Is that all there is up here? Okay, let's stop with that. I guess there's not really anything else up here then. I thought there'd be more. That's fine. I've been working on a plan to use this old subway for a while. I even have the keys to start it. All we need is an atomic battery to power it. I know Neko Corporation has one secured inside their factory. I have a contact who can help us infiltrate them. I don't know his name. He's the robot with a bomber jacket and a gold chain. Take this message to him. Someone small and swift like you should have no problem sneaking inside the factory. One last thing, don't hesitate to ask around for help. This city is full of information. Just stay clear of the Sentinels. All right, dude, the Pixar lamp. There we go. Okay, nothing too exciting in here. Let's get out. It's a guy in a bomber jacket. Near the club. Okay. Let's go near the club.
Yo, this boy got some moves.
There's got to be a way to sneak into the club. Oh shit. It was near the club. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let me brief you about the atomic battery. The battery is powering the NecoCorp factory right there. But this whole area is restricted and heavily guarded. They check every person who enters and turns away anyone who is not a worker. Here's an idea. Go get me a worker jacket and a worker helmet while I stay here to check for a good time to enter. A worker jacket and a worker helmet. Okay, who can I find that might have a worker helmet? I'm gonna have to sneak above someone. I'm gonna guess it's one of the people sweeping over here. Or not over here, somewhere. I gotta go for the night. Loved watching the stream. Before I go, could you say, hey, Fantasy, in Angel's voice?
Hey, Fantasy. You're in my fantasies, all of them. All 3 of them. I've only got 3 fantasies. The fantasy. The C made of Fanta, the drink. Remember the drink Fanta?
That is not a joke Angel would make. 'Cause that is cringe. And Angel's too based to be cringe, at least in his own mind. All right, I gotta steal a hat and a jacket, I think it was. That's not gonna do it. Gotta figure out what I'm gonna do, who I'm gonna say. Twitch didn't like what you had to say, the "you're a slut" Angel. I'll go ahead and allow that, that's fine. Oh, I didn't want to be in here again. I just need to find the guy that's mopping, I think. Right?
that what I need to do? Do I need to take this guy's hat? What's in here? I don't know what the downstairs neighbors are up to. I keep hearing buzzsaw and hammer noises. You're looking for some company to talk about poetry. I live behind the elevator. Oh, I can just buy them. Bruh, I was thinking of just stealing. I was thinking I needed to steal from somebody. Yo, Datey Rick, what's up? The music in here fucking sucks. Oh, and it stopped as soon as I stole the jacket. He realized immediately. Okay, is there a place that sells hats? Okay, so I gotta go to the bar. Okay, where's the bar? Is that... It's in here, right? No, I'm mistaken. Could you read my previous request? I feel awkward repeating myself.
Hey, pussycat.
There you go, Monty. There you go. What's new, pussycat? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where the fuck is the bar?
The bar is where the bar is. You know?
Excellent point.
Is this the bar? This is a bar. I've mastered every game that's existed. Well. Drink responsibly, little one. Not like this guy in the back room. What a pity. The guy in the back is absolutely well lubed, if you know what I mean. Only a big crash on the head would wake him up. Oh, the guy in the back, this must be him. I'm gonna have to wake him up. Wake the fuck up, samurai. Do I hold my throat?
No, not anymore. I used to.
But then I learned how to not do that. You don't have to do that to do most of the voices. It's actually poor technique, I've learned, to do that. There's ways of being able to do voices like that, like, you know, you can just learn how to move your muscles in a certain way to do that. I actually recommend you don't touch your throat when you do like a voice like that. The only time you should like maybe touch your throat is if you're doing the Tom Kenny SpongeBob laugh, because then you have to touch your throat to do that. Oh, okay. Okay. I see what we're doing.
Holy shit, you're still streaming?
I sure am still streaming. Okay, which hat is a worker's hat? Because I'm gonna need to steal a worker's hat. I was about to go to bed. Also, wow, delayed response. Sorry, I was focused. Also, look, their paws are going through the thing there. Okay, I gotta find a worker's hat. I'm taking that. All right. Now to go back through that alleyway. You're about to go to bed though, Ashley? I'm probably about to get some more food. Burger King didn't do me too good. So I might order some fucking Wingstop or something. 24-hour stream? Nah. This isn't gonna be 24 hours. We'll be done before then. I just need to remember where to go. Oh, right here. Mind turning around? These are great. A little snugger on the waistline, but it'll do. Okay, hop in this box and I'll sneak you around the access point. Am I gonna play as this man? No, I'm not. Damn, that would have been fun. What is this game? It's called Stray. Hey yo, what's up, Breaks? Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate it. They're not even gonna check inside the box. They're just like,
Yes, sir. That is a box, sir. You may proceed. Go in, sir.
okay, I see how this works. All right. Let me take a look at these lights and where they lead, where they go. KFC's mac and cheese ball is pretty good, but it's so small for 5. That's the problem. I got it before and it was pretty good, but yeah, it's too small. Get in there. There you go. Okay, I know what I'm doing now. Okay. Let me wait for this guy to go across here. Just finish that, and... Oh! I got a little too cocky. I'm getting cocky. You got a short window to run away. I know I do, but like there's a trophy for not getting caught at all, I'm pretty sure. Come on, get in the box. There you go. Bro, this worker doesn't even give a fuck. They're just like, oh, thank God you're in here. Have you gotten the trophy for meowing 100 times? I think so. Was it like Chatterbox or something? It was like a chatting thing. I think I got that one. Yeah, I got it. A little chatty. Yeah, I got that one. Okay, I gotta find their keys. They dropped their keys. That sucks. I can't get caught once. Ready for the speed runs for this game? My man's be like, I lost my keys. I see what I'm supposed to do. I think. Oh, shit. Oh, I see how this works. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Okay. That gives me a very short period of time. I like that. Okay. I know what I'm doing now. I know how I'm getting through here. Oh. I gotta be sneaky. It's over here. It only counts if it's like a person. Will this stream be up as a VOD? Yeah, this stream will still be up as a VOD. I see. Interesting. Okay. I see. I see. Okay, so. Okay, so I need to be able to get something to stand over here, or like in one of the other things. Actually, I think I might have my solution already. I think I might have it. I think I might have it. Oh, it's lagging every time I get in here now. There's another robot thing on the other side of the fence. Yeah. I have to be able to get over there. Oh, I have to climb this guy to get over there. Duh. Oh. Shit. That's easy. That's such easy stuff. All right, go ahead and turn off. All right, you're there. Hey, buddy, guess what? You're coming with me. There we go. Oh my God. I worry the game is gonna crash. How long have I been live? I've been live for 8 hours. Gotta get this battery back to Clementine. Where did I go with Clementine? Is it over this way? Oh, wait, Clementine is the one that I'm... Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, I know. Yeah, the person I went with wasn't Clementine. Clementine, I'm supposed to meet up with now. Okay. You're watching the stream on the Quest 2? Nice. Hope you are having a good time. My reservation for my my Steam Deck is gonna be ready apparently within the next few weeks or so. Wait, oh, I just came back to the beginning. That's not what I wanted. All right, let's see. Wait, what time is it? I kind of want to get Wingstop before they close. Are they still open? Ah, Wingstop is closed. That is fine. Who is open? We just got Denny's and Jack in the Box. I'm not willing to spend money to get Jack in the Box. I'm not gonna lie. I might just eat the leftover pasta we have. I'll figure that out later. Okay. Where's Clementine again? No. Oh, I can't even go over that way.
Oh no!
Oh shit, what's up, R4 random guy? You can steal our spot, but you can't steal our moves. I'm gonna have to sneak around over there. How am I gonna sneak around over there? Oh, I can just... Oh. Okay. I'm gonna wait until it goes around again. You're just constantly surveying, aren't you? Same over here? Not the same over here. So you're looking all around. Oh. Okay, are you constantly looking? I can't remember, because I do need to get up. I just remembered that part. Okay. So I know what I have to do now. Just gotta wait. Have I been playing only Stray the whole time? Yeah, and I was chatting. Just chatting. Because we had Ashley in here for a little bit. Do you turn around or do you just stay stationary? Looks like you are stationary. Clem? No sign of Clementine. Oh, what's this? Looks like some kind of coded message. We're gonna have to play detective to figure out what happened to her. Look, the B12 and the cat. The answer lies in my stuff. And then there's 4 symbols. It's signed Clementine. Take a look. I gotta find. Let's find the flower. I'm with. I'm with Blazer. Oh, they're at the nightclub. Should I even find the last one? I already know they're at the nightclub now. Let's find the last one just to complete it. I think it's this one right here. No, it's not. Let's find the last one just to complete it. Where's the cone? Where's the traffic cone thing? There's like a traffic cone shaped thing that it said to look for too. Well, I know they're at the nightclub, so even if I don't find the last one, I'm just gonna go to the nightclub. Okay, I know they're at the nightclub. I'm just gonna go to the nightclub. Oh, no, I have to find it. Okay, I do have to find it. Inside of the tent thing? Okay. I already know there's no clue there. I just need to find what I believe to be the traffic cone. Come to the nightclub. Okay. Wait, I thought I clicked on this before and it said it wasn't it. Well, either way, yeah. I'm going to the nightclub. Oh. It found me. Let's go do it again. Hold on, I want to double check. I got everything, right? Okay, cool. Let's head back and let's not get caught this time. Okay, let's go to the nightclub. Oh, okay. I figured as much. Let's go do some climbing. What's going on? That is how the world works. Hey, how'd you get up here? You want to party with us? Jump on in and get a drink. Okay. If I want to get to the VIP room, I gotta do something. Okay, let's see. How to get into the VIP room. These guys were talking about it. I'm supposed to climb up to the VIP room. There's a good path up. Is there a good path up to the VIP room? Didn't realize I was still streaming. Yeah, I'm still streaming. I'm gonna try to beat this game tonight. I gotta get up here. I gotta get up to... What am I even supposed to do? Oh. What the fuck? When I was human, my friends and I would gather and party long into the night, even if we had to suffer the annoying consequences the next morning. It felt good to find joy despite the unlivable surface, and the underground living conditions becoming more and more squalid. And the capitalistic greed of companies like Necrocorp and the police state created by the Sentinels. Now I remember why we were doing that. Oh, Jesus. I've missed a lot of memories. I'm gonna have to go find them. Okay, there's not really anything special down here, it looks like. Yeah, there's a couple things that I appear to have missed as well. I'm gonna have to go find them. Where the hell am I able to jump? There's gotta be some, like, jumps around here. How the hell do I get around this club? Hello again, dear customer. I had several complaints, so no, we can't disable the holo dancers because some idiot thought it was funny to steal the lever handle. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to use these lights to my advantage. Let's see. Let me check these lights out real quick. Well, here, can I just give you the handle back? Where does it belong? Let's talk to these guys. Let's just assume it goes by over, like, not over here. In the wall. Well, yeah, I would figure it would go into some kind of wall. But which wall? That is the question. Which wall would house a lever? Would it be one up here? Or one over here? I would assume it would be over here. Stage? Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that, that's fair. I appreciate that. Let me just get out of here. I've already been here. Can I knock over wine bottles? Probably. Probably not those ones, but like this one here. Let's go to the stage. Oh, it's right there, isn't it?
got a little puzzle here. Okay. Let's go ahead and figure this out real quick. I'm thinking this is looking not correct, but we were getting close. Okay, let's try. Whoa. I have a very good relationship with the Sentinels. I don't understand why people complain so much about them. Huh. Oh dear. Two birds with one stone. You're not as clever as you look, little cat. Anyway, nothing personal. Business is business. Is that drip sweating? Is that sweat dripping? Sweat dripping? Drip sweating? Business is money. I value money way more than friendship or camaraderie. They are all yours. Is that a bad ending? Did I just get a bad ending? Oh. Sorry, I heard the shot and I thought the cat died. So so I just had the impression that that was like their death. What do we got up here? What are we doing? What are we doing over here? Jail. Let's break out of jail. No one likes jail. Jesus Christ. All right.
see. Well, I don't see. I actually don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I don't have my friend. Is there a way in there or a way? Way up anything? Don't think I see a path up anywhere. I would be terrible at an actual prison escape. Okay. I'm going back in here because I genuinely can't tell for a sec. Okay, no, I can't go back up. So yeah, this is definitely the path. Just gotta figure out how the hell I'm getting out of here. I do not like the noises that thing is making. What the fuck? Bro, hold on. Hold on, I want to do that again. I thought for sure I could have phased out of the world. Can I, like... Let's see, let's look through here. Is it... Are they giving me a message? Oh my fucking god, I just missed the prompt saying I could jump up here. That's all it was. Okay. That's all it was. Okay. Okay, and then there's these things here I gotta look out for. How am I gonna hide from you? Oh, like that. There's a box right there. As soon as he comes back around and goes up there again, I'll go in that box. Okay, go back up. There you go. Good friend. Okay, let me get in this little box here. Oh wait, what's in here? I'll just chill in here for a minute. What's in... Secret? What's in here? So fucked. I'm fucked. I'm not fucked. I have not been fucked yet. Thank goodness. Oh wait, I think the goal was to sneak through here. Get over here. What's over here? Nothing special. I don't have to hide. Okay. Oh shit. I see what I'm supposed to do now. I'm not going up there. I gotta go up here.
Is that Clementine?
Cannot understand them as well without my robot friend, who was a human once. But it is okay. Damn, yeah, we sure are in prison. There you go. Take that shit.
All right, bud. Let's make our escape.
I'm following your lead.
All right, how we busting out of here?
Where's your friend? There's your friend. Clementine, you're a fucking bro. Clementine's gonna help. Oh, you are a champ. Come on, Clementine, that's my buddy. It's how we talk. Clementine might be the best character in this game. I love this character. Yeah, I'm the one that's gonna have to go through here. I'm small. That's fine by me. Let us pass through. Oof. We got lasers, not Chad. All right. Oof. Oh shit. Okay, good. Oh shit. Lasers, not poggers. Big oof, man. Bruh. We're doing it. We're gonna save our friend. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I just want my friend.
Oh shit! Ooh!
Woohoo! Did KoVox voice a character in HH? Yeah.
I was the spider demon in the pilot, and
The Addict music video. Yeah.
Our friend! B12.
I felt like I was trapped in my lab's computer system again, all alone. But you came back for me. I can't believe it. You're a good friend. That is the nicest thing. I'm so glad we're all together again, but we're not safe yet. We need to find a way out of here. Can you open that door just there? Gotta break out. Can we not get through there? Do I gotta
Oh no!
Oh shit. Hey, what's up, Toxic Bloom? Thanks for the raid. Alright, I guess we cannot proceed. Guess I gotta... Oh, fuck. Gonna break... Are you gonna help me up? Oh, you're gonna help me up! Oh, you are a bro. Clementine, you are a bro. Can I open this for you? Am I able to? Is there a way? There's got to be a way in here. Oh yeah, we're getting you in here, Clementine. All right, bro. We're breaking out of here. Those sentinels are blocking the way again. They'll spot me instantly. Maybe you can bait them into those cells and lock them in. Yes. Maybe I can. Bruh, didn't even see me. Who the fuck are you? Bruh. I saw you trapped in those I saw you trapped these sentinels. Amazing. Thank you so much. Are you doing a jailbreak too? I can't confirm who is being recast, just anybody that's come out and said they're being recast. It seems that the Sentinels are ruthless when it comes to defying them. That's what I feared. They have completely erased him. No more emotions, no more self-awareness, no more memories. Let's not get caught. Okay, I'm missing 4 memories. I'll probably have to go back for them. This one is tough. This one is tough. This one's actually pretty tough. Oh, shit! Damn! Oh! Oh, no! Ooh. Damn, yeah, this bit's actually pretty bogus. I think I know what I'm gonna have to do. Oh, shit. No, this is still bogus. Still bullshit. Damn it! Oh, but I did lock them in. Oh, no, I didn't. Damn, this one sucks. This one, I'm gonna need to actually think a little more. Okay. Wait. The hell happened? I thought that I... Well... What can you do? Oh, damn it, you didn't get locked in there. Oh, you son of a bitch.
Oh. You son of a bitch. Oh, you... Oh.
Jesus Christ. Please lock them in, lock them in, lock them in. There we go. Did I get them both? Are they... Oh, thank God. That was rough. That one was rough. That one sucked. That one sucked. Do 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 do. Well, I see I'm gonna have to go under here for something. All right, what's the dealio in here? Sailor, we aren't in the clear yet. Okay. Let's see what I gotta do in here. What is the plan in here?
We should open the gate for Clement. Oh, the gate's not. It's not gonna be this easy. The door. It's the only way out of this jail. I think we can open it from that control room over there. We have to find a way to get access to that room, though. Let's look around. Well, let's take a peek. I should be able to jump up there somehow. Get in there somehow. Well, it's a sure good thing those cameras don't work. We're in luck. They left the keys in the door. Damn. Hop on the back of the truck to be able to jump over the fence to the secure area. Can't believe you're live in a stream with the KoVox himself. I'm not that big of a deal. But yeah, I'm here. We're playing the kitty game, the stray game. All right. Let's do what we gotta do. Well, the alarm's blaring. That's never a good thing. Oh, damn. Making our great escape. Bro, pre-rendered cutscene. Is this the end of the game? There's no way we'll all make it with all the sentinels on our tail. I can distract them for a little while, but you have to go. The Outsider's Manifesto says we must go outside at any cost. I wrote that. You're one of us now. It's not that everyone has to get to the outside, but one of us has to. Go, now. I'll keep you in my ram, little outsider. Damn, that's really sad. I really liked Clementine and wanted him to escape with me. But it's okay. Because my friend who was a human once is gonna escape with me. So it works out fine. Alright. Do you know how to operate a train, Cricket? Can I just like leave? Be like, I'm going back down. Be like, I'm just gonna go back down here. I can't, I would have to climb up that, and they don't allow you to. All right, well, I guess we got no choice. We're getting on this train, we're going.
Oh no!
Oh no. Holy cow. Kaz, what's up, Kaz? What's up, Kaz? Catboy, which raid? Hey, how's it going? Kaz, congrats on everything with Twitch, by the way. I saw that you've been doing a lot better. You've gotten like a lot more viewers and stuff, and things have been popping off. I'm so fucking happy for you. I'm glad that things have been going well. We're about to, well, I think we're about to beat the cat game. So you guys made it in time for that. Did I just face through the chair? I'm trying to figure out how to start this train, because the control panel's over here. It's not giving me an option to start it. Maybe I have to do something else and I just don't realize it. Hey, everyone! But yes, hello, hello. You don't know me, but hi, yes. I will introduce myself. Hello. My name is Michael KoVox, and I'm a voice actor. I do cartoons and video games and anime and stuff like that. Some things that you may know me from would be like, I was in the pilot for Hazbin Hotel as
the voice of Angel Dust, that gay fucking spider.
Not anymore though. I don't voice him anymore. I'm in Murder Drones, which is a YouTube animation, as a character named Serial Designation N, who sounds like this. I'm in a few games, an anime, and yeah, hello. There are mods already? Yeah, I'm playing as a mod for a calico cat that looks like my cat Cricket. Okay, I seriously need to figure out how to start this damn train. Is it over here? I would assume it's on the train, but I'm not seeing how to start it. At least not that I'm aware of. You love N so much? Heck yeah. Heard from Kaz, you voiced Angel and Hazbin. Welcome to Hazbin is your favorite song. I actually don't know that song. I think that's a fan song. Where do I start this train? I feel like an idiot, because I'm like, I think this is one of the last tasks of the game, and I'm screwing it up so badly. We've been live for about 9 hours now, so if my energy levels are weird, that's why. Wait, I can just get on the tracks? Wait a minute. I can get on the tracks. Do I get on like is it the front of the train? No, that's definitely not it. I didn't know you can get on the tracks. That's weird. Oh wait, yeah. If I'm gonna start the train, I probably need to do something. Just walk on the side like the Aristocats. You must go rest yourself. You've been streaming for 10 hours. Hey, I'll be joining you soon at the rate this is going. I should be done with this game now, but considering how stupid I'm being right here, maybe I'll also be going for another hour.
Someone said to follow the power cable.
That is a genius idea. That is a genius idea. The power cable appears to be right here. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? You know. Ah, yes. That's a great idea. Oh, that's right, because I needed the battery to begin with. I forgot I needed the battery. I just remembered the keys. I remembered I had the keys and was just like, okay, I just need to start the engine. Nope, needed the battery too. All right, well, I guess now we're good to head out to the outside. We didn't complete everything. There's still some things I need to do. I'll probably just do those on my own time though, because it's so insignificant. All right, now I can go ahead and insert the key. I think this might be the end of the game. I don't know. I've never played this game. Let's find out. Are we free? Are we going up? Is Kitty gonna be reunited with his squad? Choo-choo, motherfuckers! Choo-choo! You're nervous for Hazbin? I know nothing about what's going on with Hazbin right now. Like, as far as I'm aware, a lot of the people that I know like, don't know anything and are not really involved. I think, like, I don't know. I've got no idea who's even involved in the new Has-Been show. So I guess we'll see what happens with it. All right, where am I now? Am I in the outside world? Where am I? Enjoy the world's safest city. Hello, how may I help you? Oh goodness, more robots. All right, well. Can I go on this side too? What's on this side? A bunch of nothing. Okay. I guess we're going up. Nowhere to go but up. The escalator doesn't work. Oh my goodness, this place has like no style or personality.
Greetings, inhabitants of Walled City 99. I am currently painting this area. Please be careful of the wet paint. Have a nice day.
Okay, well, that's good fun. This place seems... Oh, this is the top. Okay, we're not free yet. This is just the top.
Greetings, inhabitant of Walled City 99. This door leading to the surface is currently locked due to the confinement procedure. Please refer to any certified engineer inside the control room if you have any requests. Have a nice day.
Okay, so I guess I gotta go to the control room. What do you got to say, Sweeper? Hello, how may I help you? Oh, you've got nothing to say to me. Okay. That voice you did sound a little bit like Markiplier.
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier, and welcome to Let's Play.
Hello, my current task is clean the window. Okay. You guys have absolutely no personality. I guess I'm going to the control room. Curious how you look? Mind doing a before and after 10 hours streaming selfie and post it on... Oh, I look like garbage. I look like absolute trash. I'm not considered human. Maybe if we work together, we can open this passageway. Let's see. How am I gonna get up there? Oh, I need something tall. This thing right here. I forgot about you. You move. Come over here. Yeah, follow me. Follow me. Not used to me doing deep voices. Yeah, I do them deep voices.
But not often. Usually I voice characters that are higher. But I'm capable of the lower sound every now and again.
I just don't do it often. Woo! All right, I'm human, totally human. Let me through. This is the control room for the entire city. They controlled everything from here, and it's empty. I remember hating them so much. They had everything. Clean space, limitless power, freedom to move. Little good it did them. Can I try a Monty Gator voice? There's a YouTube channel run by, I know that people might not, I know that like there are, some people have certain opinions of them. I do voices for like the Zamination channel and Enchanted Mob channel for those Minecraft styled shorts they do. And they have me voice Monty Gator for those. So like if you've ever seen those, I did like a,
I'm Monty Gator. I did kind of like this sound for Monty Gator.
For those videos. Michael, question. Buttons, answer. Everyone was dying and they thought they were above it all. They did nothing to help us.
I watched my family die. I felt helpless. I couldn't do anything to save them. But I can still help you. We can still go outside together. I will carry the memories of humanity and the people I loved. Although I've only really heard you as a gay spider and killer robot with the personality of a golden retriever. Yeah, and those are two quite fun opposites, aren't they? Let's see, what is my objective? Oh, this is glowing. That means that there's something to do here. What do we got going on here? This is it, the main computer. Will I be doing autographs again in the future? Yeah, absolutely. I haven't done them for a bit. I'll probably do some later this year. I got a con happening soon that I'll be doing. If you're in Florida, I'll be at Ancient City Con in I can't remember the city, but in Florida, from the middle of September. I can't remember the dates either. I am not prepared. But yeah, a gay spider. How does that sound? I'm curious. So it's, if you've never heard of Has Been Hotel, it's a show that takes place in hell. There was a pilot episode that came out, and they had internet voice actors be a part of it. So far, I don't know who the new cast is. But according to some people that have announced that they're involved and are not, like, they've not said what characters they are, but people have said they're involved. I'm pretty sure they're going for a Broadway cast for the show. Which, you know, that's cool. It's cool they got Broadway people, probably. I did like the cast that we had, but, you know, it happens. That's business. But anyway, yeah.
They had a voice kind of like this. It was more of it was inspired by Joe Pesci and just those kinds of like, hey, fuck off! The fuck are you doing? Shut your fucking trap!
That kind of sound. That's what the gay spider sounded like. According to the mainframe, no one's been here for years. The whole city is stuck in a lockdown cycle. Don't we know it? I wish we were in a lockdown cycle. Maybe then we'd get rid of this frickin' virus, huh? Turn them on. While you do that, I'll look for passwords and encrypted keys to get into the system. Okay. These long rows of computers need to be turned on. Okay. Well, let's go turn them on. What's a cat to do? Cats love to run around. How do I turn them on? Like that. Okay. Is that all of them? That is all of them. Cool.
Funny clown. Funny how? Like a clown? Funny haha?
Yeah, it has that like Joe Pesci kind of sound. What's funny is like the Joe Pesci sound has changed a little bit since I first voiced Angel, because I wasn't as strong with it in the pilot.
In the pilot, he just kind of sounds like this for the most part, but as time has gone on, I try to push the accent a bit more, so it's a little more there.
But yeah, good fun, good fun. Now I voice a little wholesome robot that does murder sometimes. They're great. Now we need to do what we do best. Me, I'll hack the machines, and you destroy some stuff. Let's go destroy. I love to destroy. What am I destroying? Let me at him. Hey. What am I destroying? You could fill me in. Oh, like this. Okay, we're destroying like this. There we go. That's one down. All right, another. Over here somewhere.
Not over here. Not over here. Okay. Somewhere else. Where can I destroy? I have so much I wish to destroy.
Oh, I just have to hack now. I already destroyed. The system's taking more than I expected. Uh-oh, that's not good. Uh-oh, that's not good. We gotta keep going. What am I supposed to hack next? There's two more. Two more, apparently. Destroy that shit. All right. You love that I'm able to sing in those voices? It's not as easy as like you would think. It's because you got to put on a voice and sing. Ha ha oh. You know, just it's difficult to maintain. But you do it. You just gotta do it. I had fun doing Addict and there's a bunch of other things I've gotten to do, like singing for Billy Bustup, if you guys have heard of Billy Bustup. Billy Bustup is another one I had a lot of fun with. Oh man, he's not gonna make it to the surface with me. He's gonna die doing this. Damn.
I like how I left for a couple of hours to play games with friends when you were in the slum levels and you're already at the top of the city now that I'm done. That's dedication.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Alright, I gotta find the other monitor to destroy. That's right here, it looks like. You're just watching me. Got nothing to say. What am I supposed to do for this last one? Oh, right here. All right. You're toast, probably. I probably did you in real good. I think this little body is done for. It's okay, I'll be all right. Just carry me to the workstation. We can disable that alarm. Aww. Is this not the workstation? Okay, not the correct workstation. This one over here. That's it. We're safe. But you're done. I knew the power required to disable the city's central control system would be immense. More than this drone body could handle. But with the security now disabled, I can take control of the system and open the city. Overriding it could destroy my software, but I made that choice when I hooked into that first computer, and the consequences it could bring. I'm sorry we won't see the outside together. I thought I needed to carry on the memories of humanity, to hold on to the past. But I see a future in the companions, and you. Here, let me take that off of you.
You were my friend, the very best I could have asked. Aw, fuck. I'm gonna get a little teary-eyed. Thank you. Fuck. I mean, I'm gonna hold my composure because I'm on a stream, but if I was playing this by myself, I'd probably be tearing up right now. I'm not gonna lie. If I was, oh no, oh. I loved you. I loved this little guy. Aww. Cricket. Aww. I'm just gonna hang out with your friend. Aww. That was a big adventure. Oh my God, they about to see the sun. Oh damn, they can't handle the sun. You can see the clouds. Also, Goskok, thank you so much for the sub. Oh, I'm just sleeping with my friend. Oh. Can I take him up with me? I can't. Oh no, I can just choose to lay down with him. I can't bring him with me, can I? Aw, I wanted to bring him with me. That's okay. Okay. I guess we're going. Let's go home. What do you have to say? Nothing. All right. Adios. Let's go. Aww. I had to do one last meow before I lose control.
Congrats on finishing the game in one hit. Have a good rest, D.
Aww. Eye opener. That was so wholesome. I loved that. I loved that game. They did a fantastic job. In all honesty, there really wasn't that much to spoil. I tried my best to avoid anything with this game just because I didn't want to get spoiled. Everything that happened kind of, I don't know, was predictable, but it wasn't in a bad way. It was in a really good way. I liked everything in this game a lot. I really loved the way it played out. And I loved all of the characters and the environments. And just, I loved how much like lore there was in the world too. And just how well constructed and built it was. It's the studio's first game. Well, then they're gonna make some really good ones as they continue. They're just gonna make even better games from here on out. That was lovely. I really, really liked that game.
Let's just look at all these people that worked on it, because they are all boss. They are all incredible. I really liked that game. Did I see your question, Buttons? I don't think I did. What was your question? You can ask again. How could a game with a gross flesh wall of eyeballs have such a bittersweet? I know, right? I know. As soon as I saw those eyeballs, I was so disgusted. I was just like, ugh, fuck this, no way, nuh-uh, nope, I'm out. I just was like, nope. Anyway, now that the game's over, I'm not gonna exit yet. I'm just gonna put my little guy over here and move the chat up. Here, our little guy is back. Say hello to the little guy. All right, look at all these playtesters. You got to play a good game. Hi, little guy. It's the little guy with the blue-green hair and the purple sweater and the big eyes with the glasses and whatnot. Boop. You asked a bit ago how Cricket was doing. Oh, Cricket's doing great. Cricket is so good right now. She's basically all healed up. Like, she's as good as she's gonna get. And she is eating well and does not ever want to go outside again. Thanks for streaming. Sorry you joined late. Nay, no worries. Absolutely fine. I just, I didn't really plan this ahead of time too much. I didn't say a week or a few days in advance, be like,
Guys, the event of a lifetime. I'm streaming for the first time in months.
I didn't do that because, if I plan ahead and say that I'm gonna do something one day, what if I don't feel like doing it that day? Then I'm just gonna do it and not like doing it. So it's like, I just kind of like to do it in the spur of the moment, usually. That's why I don't have a schedule when I stream, and that's why my streams are so inconsistent. We still got a few things to collect that we missed. Yeah, we got 4 memories we gotta get in Midtown. However, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Not gonna worry about that right now because we just beat this game. And it was a good game. I really liked that game. I had a fun time. And now we got my Steam library.
What should we play next, guys? Make this last even longer. You gotta keep going. We gotta keep going. We can't stop. Look at this library full of games I mostly haven't even touched. I haven't played most of these. Thank you, Humble Bundle. Remastered Spider-Man. I've got that on PS5. My question is in the chat somewhere. Let me go look for it real quick.
Never sleep. Sleep is for the weak. XD.
Oh, check Twitter for your fan art? Yeah. I can definitely do that. I was going to do that at the end of the stream anyway, just to check. Everything, never sleep. Sleep is for the weak. I agree, Twilight Sky. Sleep is for the weak. Ooh, it is. It is almost 3 a.m., actually. It is getting pretty late. I didn't realize it was already this late. Here, actually, while we're at it, let's go ahead and look at some of the Twitter art that was linked that I was tagged in. Let's see. Oh, Buttons, you drew an angel dust. That's very cute. Thank you. Let me just grab the ones that people drew. Yeah, there were 2 pieces of art that were posted on Twitter, I'm pretty sure. Let me check Instagram too. I think there was one on there too. Might be mistaken. I never actually update Instagram. I never use it. I never bothered to check it. I probably should. Okay, there really wasn't anything on Instagram. Yeah, I got tagged in 2 pieces of art. We got this one here that was a little drawing of angel dust by Buttons. Thank you very much. And then this one, there was Cult of the KoVox. I'm guessing inspired by Cult of the Lamb. I still need to play Cult of the Lamb. I have it right, where is it? Oh, it's right here. I missed it. I've got it right here. I haven't even played it, though. I still need to. Still need to play this game. I've heard it is really good. I've heard very good things about it. Only thing is that I have a hard time really devoting myself to playing a game because I'm a completionist, which sucks to say. I'm a completionist. If I play a game, I usually want to complete it all the way, get all the trophies, do all the side quests, stuff like that. And it's just such a time sink. My life basically becomes devoted to whatever game I'm playing is the thing. So like, it makes it hard for me to actually start a game because I'm just like, if I start it, I can't stop. There's a lot of end fan art on Twitter that the artists just don't tag you. I see it sometimes if they tag it as murder drones. I have murder drones saved as a tag on Twitter. So I usually get posts like that. Even some really interesting ones of the characters maybe naked and maybe in other situations that I shouldn't be seeing. But they just happen to pop up because they're tagged. You know, I see a lot of interesting things because I have the projects I work on, you know, saved as tags. So I see when people tag them. Always interesting. All my asexual horror. I'm asexual, but like it's not like I, you know, I'm gonna be utterly disgusted seeing NSFW. So long as it's not like something really, really, really descriptive, like visually, or like very intense. If it's something very, very viscerally like intense and like, you know, you see a lot of detail, maybe then I'm gonna be like, oh, I didn't need to see that. But that's one thing. Yeah. Let's see, what games do I have that I do need to play? I still need to play. I've been playing Hush Hush, which is a game I voiced in as a character named Eli. I played it with the DLC with the 18 plus because I was curious, and yeah, fun. My character has some interesting scenes. Does N love cats? If I remember, N loves dogs. I think he probably likes cats. I don't know. I think that like in the character sheet, there was a drawing of him like petting a robot dog at one point, but I don't know if that's ever in the show or anything, or like ever mentioned. I think it was just like a cute piece of concept art. I somehow sound like Todd from BoJack Horseman. Is that Aaron Paul's character? Who is Todd? That is Aaron Paul's character. I don't know if I hear, yo, bitch! I actually don't know what he sounds like in BoJack, 'cause it's been too long since I've seen it. Let me close a bunch of these tabs I got. But yeah, we've been going for a little bit. We only got 20 minutes left until we hit the 10-hour mark. Should I hit the 10-hour mark, or should I call it and try to raid someone? What do you guys think? Do you guys just want to chat for a bit, or do you think we should call it? Because it is getting a little late. Do it. Stick around until 10 hours. All right. Just call it. Methinks. Call it and rest up. Oh, I got 2 conflicting ones. Same amount of votes. 10 hours, let's go. All right. That's 3 to 2. I'm thinking we're gonna stick around for another at least 20 minutes. What should we do for 20 minutes? That time is gonna take a while, especially if I have as little energy. I got pretty good energy right now, surprisingly. Let's see. What do we have? Let me change the game to be just chatting for a second. Just chatting. Bruh, is just chatting not an option? It's not giving me just chatting as an option. That's fun. Hold on. That's fine. We'll just chill. You struggled finding asexual representation in media. It's so few and far between. Made me happy you're voicing Angel in the pilot. Yeah! Being Ace and voicing a super sexual character. Very fun. I know people ask me if that's like awkward and weird. Actually, someone asked me earlier this stream if it's like very uncomfortable for me to do scenes where like I might be a little more sexual or intense, because I have voiced in games that are of a certain nature and have certain sounds and very spicy dialogue. And people have asked if like that's just uncomfortable for me. And to an extent, I mean, I guess it's weird to me. Like it feels weird to do because it's just, if anything, it's funny to me because I'm just like, I don't do this very often. That's funny. This is funny sounding. I would never say these things. I would never say these sets of words and make these sets of noises while saying these sets of words. That's funny. And so like I'll just think it's really funny. That's the main thing, rather than being like, I wish I wasn't doing this. It's more or less like, it's funny that I'm doing this. This doesn't feel right. That's usually how it goes for me. You might get to do another end drawing soon, but here's a pic of the plushie with biscuits from earlier on Twitter. Heck yeah, I did see that on Twitter earlier, the biscuits. I think I saw that while I was going to Burger King earlier. It was cute. Those are Red Lobster Cheddar Bay biscuits, and those are the best biscuits in the world. I really want some Cheddar Bay biscuits, honestly. I'm not gonna lie, those are really good. We've got like a pack that I could make just at home. I need to do that. The dreaded BK visit, yeah, it made me feel like crap. I feel a little better now, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. What are you guys doing up so late? What are your schedules like? Are you guys up late, or are you guys up at a decent time for where you live? Because where I live, it is almost 3 a.m, and for where I used to live, it is almost 6 a.m. Oh shit, I need to check and make sure I don't have any schedules that are like, anything going on. No, okay, good. I've got something tomorrow, but it's at like 10 p.m, and then I've got something on Monday, but it's at like 3 p.m. We're good. I'm all good. Woo! It's only 7:50 where you are? Like PM or AM? What happened at Burger King? We went to Burger King earlier. They made the saddest chicken sandwich I've ever had in my life. Like, so sad that, like, I know that chickens, when they're, you know, when they're raised as livestock and, like, they're, you know, whatever, they're probably depressed as it is just because of the nature of their lives. But, that chicken was fucking depressed. Like, the most depressed chicken they've ever killed. And then when they made it, its depression lingered. And then it reached my belly. And then it went from being depressed to being angry. And it got mad at me. And then it hit me. And like on the insides, it hit me like very, very violently. Just some big punches and kicks. And yeah, I pooped my brains out. It was a good time. I was gone for like 20 minutes. It was great. Also, I saw someone ask me to scream. Someone said, sure. I can't do that right now. Do you know what time it is? It's like 3 a.m. Even if I did that, like, 1, it would disturb everyone that lives with me. And 2, it would potentially disturb my neighbors that live in the houses next to me. I can't scream right now. At least not that loud. I could do like a, ah! But that's the most I could do. And that's not even a scream to me. That's like Gus in the episode of Breaking Bad where he just gets up from his chair and goes, ah! That's all that is. I wish I could animate, because now I just want to animate Angel suffering at the hands of a chicken burger. Well, you do you. That's whatever you want to do, I guess. Whatever you want to do, I guess. God, pardon me for just a second. I need to turn on the fan, because it is getting very hot in here. There we go, the fan. I turned on the fan. Okay, let me see who's on. I'm not going to raid anybody just yet because we still got like 8 minutes to go. But I just want to see who's even on, because it is late. The only person I could imagine being on is like Sea Dog or something. And he's not even on. Okay, who is on?
Not really anybody I know, no. I don't really know who's on, yeah. I don't know any of these streamers. Well, we'll figure it out when we get there in 8 minutes. In 7 minutes now. Bob Ross. Bob Ross, I don't want to give that channel money because apparently the channel that owns Bob Ross content and does everything with it. Actually, wait, maybe the channel's good. I don't know. I have no idea. I know that the people that like have the rights to everything Bob Ross are not great people. I know that much. I don't know about the Twitch channel. Maybe the Twitch channel's fine. I don't know. I've got no idea. Okay, I don't want to do that. Give me just 1 second, guys. Give me just 1 second. Okay, we're gonna move over here for a second. Where did I go? Wait, bro. Oh, there I am. Hello. We're chilling here now. Here, and now we're here, just with the backdrop of Seattle, my wallpaper. Here we are. Here we are. Look at how I have it set up. I've got the little tail right down there. You can see. End print. Oh fuck. So some of you got. Oh shit. I just completely forgot, dude. So some of you got like raid. Some of you came in here through a raid with Kaz. I actually commissioned Kaz to do an end print, and I'm pretty sure they sent me a work in progress, and I said I'd get them notes, and I just never did. Oh fuck. I forgot. I'm gonna have to get back to them with notes. Oops. Oh, that was a good bit ago too. I feel bad. Okay, I'm gonna have to message Kaz and apologize. I forgot. Oops. Oopsie poopsie. Yeah, no, I had plans to do an end print. I just kind of completely forgot. I just kind of completely forgot to give Kaz notes on it because I've been so fucking busy with other things. I've been so busy with other things, and Kaz never followed up. So like it just. Oh god, I feel so stupid now. I'm not the worst streamer ever. Shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking mouth. Nah, I mean, I don't really stream much, so I mean, I guess that's fair. It's fair to call me the worst streamer ever. But no, I should get on that. I'm the slowest streamer ever. I mean, yeah. You know what I might do? I think it's time to go back to basics. I think it's time for me to do another Sonic 06 stream. I know you're being sarcastic. I'm joking. I never tell people to shut the fuck up. Seriously, it's always a joke. I hope that came across as being a joke. I think it's time for me to go back to basics, do another like all day long Sonic 06 stream, because that's one of the streams I've always done back in the day when I would stream. Is I would just be like, all right, I feel like playing Sonic 06 again. I might do that. I might do that again soon. I might find a day to play Sonic 06. That might be a good stream. That might be a good idea. You have more luck down there in hell than finishing Sonic 06? Buddy, I finished Sonic 06 like 3 times on stream. I can do it a 4th. Like, I did a stream with my girlfriend back on YouTube where I had her play Sonic 06, and she had the hardest time. It took her like 7 hours to beat Sonic Story, and she had to have me finish it at the end. When I play Sonic 06, I get through Sonic Story in 3 hours flat. I just go straight through the whole game. I finish the whole game. I think you're an alpha gamer for 10 hours of stream, 24 hours for Giga Gamer. Are you tempting me? Are you telling me to go for 24 hours? You dare imply
Has
that
some love
I
this
should go for
morning, or
24
even
hours.
remember to take care of yourself. Sparkling heart.
Yeah, I'll take care of myself. You take care of yourself too. Thank you so much, that smarty called Haley.
24-hour Sonic 06, I'd have to play it twice in a row. I'd have to play it, beat it, and then play it a second time. Because that's the only way it's going to last 24 hours. Not unless you want swollen eye bags. I've already got those. I'm no smart. I has the stupid. Stop being no. You don't have the stupid. Murder drones spoilers, please. I can't fucking tell you spoilers for murder drones. I signed an NDA. You think I'm gonna fucking break my NDA for you? I'm not breaking any NDA. No. I had to sign NDAs for the show. No, you're not getting spoilers. All I'll say is that N is a cutie patootie. N is a cutie patootie. And I can't wait for you guys to hear more of him, because I can say that I voice more of him for the show. I'm not breaking no NDA. I like working with the people at Glitch Productions. I like working on Murder Drones. And if there's any possible way that it could ever get a second season, I want to be able to still voice N. If he's in the second season, if there is a second season to even begin with. So yeah, no, I'm not spoiling shit. If you want spoilers, find them yourself.
But good luck, because there's none on the internet. Yeah!
Because nothing's been leaked, as far as I'm aware. We get spoiled rotten by your sweetness. Am I really sweet, though? Or am I just... I think I'm a little past expiration date. I'm not gonna... Little past... Oh my God. That's kind of morbid to say. It sounds like I should be dead. Past expiration date. N voices Michael KoVox.
It's true, guys. It's true. I put on a voice.
And then I just lower my voice and try to sound less enthusiastic. That's how it is. That's how it be. All right. What else we got? What do we got? What can we do? What can we do? Oh my God, it's 3 a.m. We got like 2 minutes left to stream, fellas. Michael got a voice crack? I do. Listen, I'm getting older. I'm 27 years old. My voice isn't as youthful as I wanted it to stay. It's getting a little more fractured as time goes on and as I continue working. I'm starting to sound a little older, which is something I was scared of, but you know, I will embrace it. Ya boy's 27 years old. I'm getting old. I'm gonna be 30 soon. Oh God, I'm gonna be 30 soon. I'm gonna be 30 soon. Yeah! Anyway. Age doesn't matter. I'm gonna be 49 years old and still probably alive, hopefully. Hopefully! Here's hoping, right? Oh, man. You're 25 and already feel half dead? I get that. You're only a year... I'm only a year older than you and you feel old. Oh, boy. We hit 10 hours? But did we really? It still says 9 hours and 58 minutes for me. It says we still got 2 minutes to go. So I think we gotta wait another 2 minutes. I'm thinking... Oh, wait, no, we did hit 10 hours. What happened? Why is my OBS being wrong? My OBS is wrong. Yeah, we hit 10 hours. Woo! We did it! 10 hours! Yay! You guys want to watch an ad break? No, I'm joking. We need to end the stream. We can't do an ad break. I'm not going to do that to you guys. I should have done that when I was going BRB. I'm not going to run an ad break on you guys. Or am I? Would I dare run an ad break? I think I just ran an ad break. I don't know if it went through or not. But I hit ad break. If it went through, then hell yeah. If not, then ha 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 ha. I don't know if an ad actually played, and I don't really... It did go through? Ah, hilarious. Ah, comedy. Is this really how I want to end this? I'm not gonna stop while the ad is playing. I'm gonna wait until the ad is over, and then I'll stop. Listen, I'm at least nice. I'm at least nice in some respect. Listen, guys, I got a recycle bin right here. Look at this recycle bin right here. I'm gonna go ahead and goodbye, image glass. Recycle bin. We're having fun, guys. It's a late night stream or an early morning stream, however you want to see it. All right, I think that ad should be over for everybody that was here. So yeah, I guess we should probably go and raid someone. Who is even streaming? Do you guys know any streamers that you recommend? Because I don't really know who is even streaming. Gamescom, but that's like that's an event. I don't know anybody that's streaming. Let's see, Gamer Penguin, who's that? I'm gonna be a little picky on who I raid, just because I don't want to raid people that like aren't of a certain. I don't know. I usually only raid people that I'm like somewhat familiar with. Ah, it's getting late. They're let's see. Who is this? Do I know this person? Who is Nico B? This name sounds familiar. I don't really know them that well, I think. Now I'm just looking at people. Don't forget your notes for Kaz. You're right. I'm gonna need to message Kaz and apologize. But then again, they didn't get back to me about just, you know, they didn't say like, "Hey, did you have those notes?" They didn't get back to me either. But again, it is probably it's more my fault than it is theirs. That's my bad. All right. You know what? Let's raid Bob Ross. Let's raid Bob Ross. Even if I don't know how this channel is, if it's a good channel, but you know, Bob Ross is always good content. So let's go raid Bob Ross. Let me go hit that raid button real quick. All right, Bob Ross. Let's go say hi. Bob Ross does not accept raids? What? Bob Ross doesn't accept raids. Oh, fuck you, Bob Ross. I'm joking. I love you, Bob Ross. You're really talented, and you're not, unfortunately, not here with us. God bless your soul. I love you, Bob Ross.
Well, I guess that'll do it.
You guys want some nostalgia? Let's go raid retro commercials. Let's go raid retro commercials and get some nostalgia, right? Here you guys go. Let's get some nostalgia going. You guys want to see some classic retro commercials? Come on, guys. Let's go. Bye, everybody. Bye. You all have a good one. See you later. Bye-bye.